First one here, 20,000 don't coming your way, man.
Markets for
the first one, 10,000 to the second,
5,000
to the third. Who's it going to be?
We heard from Mr. Paul.
Easy peasy, Japanese.
China has and will continue to treat our American farmers and ranchers unfairly, with significant tariffs as well as non-tariff trade barriers. The bottom line is, China does not play by the global rules on trade. You might already know this, but entities associated with the PRC as well as the CCP have made and continue to make investments in U.S. agricultural land and assets. Some of the proposed purchases are in close proximity to national security.
He can stand it, I can. He can stand it, I can.
This is not a good trend for U.S. agriculture, and as I've always said, that food security is literally national security, which could not be more true today than at any point in history.
This is kind of interesting.
So my question I'll direct to General McMaster first. How
concerned
are you by the
Taiwan, they're talking about Ukraine
purchases of American agricultural land and those potential purchases near strategic sites such as military installations or critical infrastructure.
This is a serious
and a second
House
part
committee
of my
meeting.
question, I don't know if you were involved
Actually,
with
it's about us going to war possibly
decisions,
eventually because of
in your
shit
previous
China's
role
doing.
as national
Maybe
security
not
advisor, but do
depending
you
on
think
them
that
so much for
CFIUS has the
trade.
statutory authority to block
Our trade deficit right now is like
block
300 million
land purchases
to
by
them.
the CCP?
That means they buy we
national
buy
security
way more
grounds?
from them than they buy from us.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that question.
We depend
I think
on China
I'm
more
very
than they
concerned
depend on
about
us.
that, about the purchase of lands and buildings next to sensitive sites. It's extraordinary the degree to which the Chinese Communist Party has pursued a massive campaign of espionage. That's one facet of it.
I think it is. We need to watch out, man. China is going to try to fucking kick our ass
is the dependency on Chinese investment, which then gives them really coercive power. I describe in my written testimony the 3 C's of co-option, coercion, and concealment. Co-opt by trying to build dependencies from U.S. agriculture on the Chinese market. And then, hey, once you're in, then to use that for coercive purposes. The commercial aspect of this is often tied to the United Front Work Department, an arm of the Ministry of State Security, which forms organizations that look innocuous, that promote U.S.-China dialogue and economic discourse in the area of agriculture, in particular in the American heartland. But those are organizations that are designed to advance the PRC's agenda. And then, co-option, coercion, and then to conceal all of this as just normal business practices. So I think you're quite right to be concerned about this, Congressman Newhouse, and I think what you're doing, what the committee's doing to pull the curtain back and shine the light on this behavior, I think is the most important first step.
I appreciate that. Ms. Tong, in the time that I have remaining, and thank you very much for your moving testimony, someone who has lived through a repressive regime in China. In your written testimony, you touch on the courageous individuals in China who participated in the white paper protests just last fall. Could you talk a little bit about what was both similar and different in these protests compared to maybe previous dissident movements in China?
On the similarities, both Tiananmen movement and the white paper protest were massive and took place in many large cities. In both cases, young protesters very, very idealistic and felt it's my duty to stand up for more rights and against the totalitarian regime. On differences, the Tiananmen movement lasted for more than 50 days. And the white paper movement just lasted a few days, a couple of days. And the difference is due to the CCP's enhanced surveillance capabilities today and its vastly greater police manpower. The number of the white paper protests was smaller than the 1989 participants. But in light of the enhanced surveillance capacity by CCP, their individual courage, I would say, was greater than the Tiananmen generation. And for the cases that came to light, more women were detained this time than...
No, you gotta go, lady. You're too boring. Her English, too broken.
Comes to violence,
you need glue,
we've
lady.
significantly disincentivized people from acting on behalf of their fellow humans because the government or the government will allow people that are risking their lives to save other people. The government will allow those people's lives to be ruined. Look at Kyle Rittenhouse, right? Like, you don't, even if you don't like the situation with Kyle and think he shouldn't have been there, etc., that doesn't matter. The DA went after him, and they're still going after him. They're trying to go after him. The kid that literally had a gun out, that he shot in the arm, that survived.
Who said he wanted to kill Kyle Rittenhouse.
Who said, I wish I unloaded in him, told his buddy. They're allowing...
Reportedly.
Yeah, reportedly. They're allowing that kid to still bring a civil suit.
Well, the risk to reward ratio isn't even worth it. Like you said, somebody intervenes and they think to themselves, well, if I put my life on, if I risk my life and I do help this guy and he does survive, and he does get prosecuted, what, he's going to go to jail for a year? You're not taking a murderer off the street for his entire life. You might get him off the street for a little bit. So the reward isn't there for people. And in St. Louis was at the end of January this year, there was a 17-year-old who pled guilty to shooting at a police officer, and he wasn't even given jail time. He was given less than a year of this social work program. So I mean, the laws just aren't in favor of the law-abiding citizen. It's empowering criminals because they know that they're not going to get prosecuted for murder, just about.
Remember the McCloskeys?
No, tell me about them.
The McCloskeys live in St. Louis, and a bunch of Black Lives Matter rioters broke the fence to their private community, walked in, and the McCloskeys came out with guns on their own property and said, back off, get away. And the McCloskeys got arrested, had their guns confiscated, and then ended up having to cut some deal or something.
I think the governor stepped in on their behalf. And pardoned him or something and said, you decided that they weren't going to prosecute. But the DA wanted to prosecute, which is, and now in St. Louis, this is where this guy gets killed. So the DA prosecuted or tried to prosecute the McCloskeys and then demonstrated you are not in a position to defend yourself or anyone else because ideology. And now you have this example of what happens. Obviously, one is not led to the other directly, but when you have the notion that you cannot defend yourself or others, you don't get people helping out.
The McCloskeys got charged with 2 felony counts of unlawful use of a weapon and tampering with evidence for having guns on their own property.
It's ridiculous. I mean, it's just ridiculous when you have law-abiding citizens who feel fearful for protecting themselves, and it really does empower criminals. And it makes me think about the Michigan State University shooting, because I went to Michigan State University. I graduated last year. I still have friends there. I have loved ones there. I have family that goes there, and that's a gun-free zone. And so, again, that's another example of empowering the criminals while law-abiding citizens do not have the, I guess, just the resources or the, feel the ability to protect themselves. I'm a concealed pistol license holder in the state of Michigan, and I carried almost everywhere I went. The one place I never carried was on campus when I went to school there. And so when I think about that, and I think about me graduating last year, if I didn't have, I wouldn't have had a gun on campus. I couldn't have protected myself or others if I was in that situation. I'm thankful I wasn't, but the fact is there are 3 students at MSU that aren't alive that should have been. Would the gun-free zone save those people? I don't know. But again, it's about inching away and taking away step by step our rights and the feeling of our ability to protect ourselves.
And does the gun-free zone make them targets, right? If I wanted to do something wrong and wanted a place to do it, I would go to the place where I knew people weren't armed, right? If you're already going to commit a crime, you don't care if you're violating the gun-free zone.
Right, and I moved to Texas after I graduated, and I'll say that I carried every day there. It's an open carry state, and I've never felt safer. I saw people with guns on their hips all the time, and it was a very nice feeling, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
Cultural decay. I don't know, man.
I think your point about the size of community is worth noting. Andrew Heaton, who does the Political Orphanage podcast, he had an episode that I listened to recently saying, what's the optimum size of a community? Because at a certain point, you just don't know people, and therefore you're
300.
unable. 300, or is it like 3 million? Because you're like whatever. But that is very difficult to govern, right? Like if you had
300 people?
Well,
you mean a whole bunch of
if we had I don't even know how many it would be in America, but thousands of 300 people community, that would be very difficult to regulate or to coordinate efforts across a state, let alone a national level.
The issue is not so much the size of community. It is, to a certain degree. It's a lack of culture. It's a lack of morals, right? So you can have 20 billion people, and if each and every one of those people believed that if they did wrong, they would burn for eternity, then they might not do wrong. However, we've got people of all different views and all different faiths who do not agree, and some, in fact, believe they are obligated to strike down blasphemers and apostates, in which case you get more because of that faith system. I think that if people in this country all had an agreement on, say, like the golden rule, then you wouldn't even need police officers. You wouldn't need police with 1 billion people if everyone agreed on the morality. But they don't. And some people are predators who want to exploit and harm other people. And so now you've got stuff like this. And I guess you combine a growing civilization, more and more people, with the fact that our culture is fragmented and breaking apart, and digital media is creating decentralized networks and tribes, it's going to get worse, right? So we used to have, with just the 5 big TV networks, everybody believed the same things. But now with the internet, some people watch a show like this, some people watch other shows. What you're going to end up with is small pockets of different tribes who are just untrusting of other groups, and then you get stuff like this, man.
Yeah, I mean, but at the end of the day, we are, we're human beings, and we do have instincts to want to be around people that think like us, that look like us even. And that's why when you have homogenous societies, they are very high trust societies. Look at Japan. I mean, it's very homogenous. Everyone looks the same, talks the same, has the same culture. And here in America, we have every ethnicity, we have every religion, we have every type of culture. And as human beings that have that, instinctual need for community and for people that share the same values and morals, that becomes difficult when you cram everybody into one city and say, do your thing, like, good luck. And that's why you even see this guy that's been going viral on Twitter recently, this black guy in New York, like he's yelling at minority, like he's terrorizing the city. So I do
insulting
think
them and just yelling at them.
So I do think it comes down to shared values, shared religion, shared morals.
Let's get controversial with it. We have this tweet from Elijah Schaffer that he put up shortly before the show. And it's the image from the execution with Dilbert. And it says, quote, "There's no fixing this." And obviously it's in jest, but he's making a point about what Scott Adams said. And Scott Adams, the creator of Dilbert, for those who aren't familiar, he did a show where he basically was talking about the effects of critical race theory, the effects of the left's racial views. And he was talking about how racial tensions are getting worse and worse the more they fan the flames. And then he said, hyperbolically, I might add, and they took it out of context, that he would encourage people to get away. He would encourage white people to get away from black people. This is what, of course, Elijah Schaffer is pointing to. Here's why I wanted to bring this up. The first thing I want to say is, because we talked about the Scott Adams things last night, is that it seems like after if you look at the full context of what he was saying and a later clarification, he did not believe the Rasmussen poll was sound data. He was making a point about if the data were true, and this is what we're seeing with the expansion of CRT. Then he's saying, fine, if that's what the left wants, this is the advice you'd have to give to somebody. In fact, Scott Adams was actually saying that he would advise, based on critical race theory and diversity hiring and stuff, a black person to move to an all-white area so that he could get the diversity job, because that's the system created by critical race theory. Mm-hmm. So he was actually being very critical of this and was opposing segregation. And it's, but I think he dropped a nuke on the conversation on purpose. The reason why I wanted to highlight Elijah Schaffer's tweet in the context of this execution in broad daylight is that whether Elijah is intending to express actual concern or just making a joke, being like, look, this guy, making a meme about it, people are going to feel this way. People are going to see what happens with Scott Adams. They're going to hear what he says. Then they're going to see this video going viral, and it's like millions of views, and they are going to take it to a racial place. So the problem I have with what's going on, I mean, first of all, our culture is decaying, and it's because of what they're doing in schools, what they're teaching kids. They're teaching them weird cult ideologies about how, minorities can't succeed and things like that, which is generating hatred and animosity. You've got ABC News, Univision, funding an organization, this is the company I worked at, Fusion, where the editor-in-chief's Twitter profile says, "Down with whiteness." And I'm like, what do you think happens when you go around telling people to hate each other based on race? The funny thing is, they're mad at Scott Adams about it. You'll get things like this. Again, not saying Elijah Schaffer is taking it literally. I think he's memeing and being edgy on purpose. But there's going to be a lot of people in this country who are going to look at that and say, yes.
And that's a function of the left. They've been pushing for segregation in every corner of our society for years. They call for segregation in schools. They create black-only dorms in elementary school. They teach kids that America is fundamentally racist. And so for the left then to go and, claim and, that's essentially saying that, if this is what you're calling for, then fine, and then calling that racist. Like, you can't have it both ways. You can't claim that we should segregate and then somebody says okay and then call them racist for it.
They are going to try to have it both ways. They have arguments prepared for people that say that you can't have it both ways. The arguments won't make sense unless you understand their lexicon. They share a vocabulary, but they do not share a dictionary. The things that they say, when you say racist, they will have double meanings, whether it's a position of power and privilege, or if it's a prejudice.
Whatever fits their attempt at winning an argument.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
therefore they win in chaos, right? When people disagree, they thrive.
A lot of times it boils down to a fundamental philosophy that is illiberal. A lot of times you get consequentialists on the left that believe that whatever they do is okay if the consequences are good. The most important point is they are illiberal. The left has moved beyond liberalism. It is now progressive. So they support things like segregation because they believe that present discrimination is what fixes past discrimination, and the only thing that will fix present discrimination is future discrimination. These are things that are ubiquitous in the left currently, and it's infested Paulo Freire's school programs and the curriculum. It's a horrible thing that's going on, and we need to get Paulo Freire's influence out of schools.
I was thinking about this, because we are out here where we are. We're away from the cities. We got local farms. You drive 5 minutes from here, and there's a farm stand with grass-fed organic beef. And the funny thing is, they don't call it that. They just call it ground beef. But it's because it's from a farm. The cows ate grass, and then they didn't put chemicals or anything in it. And I was thinking about that, so I tweeted something, but I'll issue a sort of correction. Here's how I feel. Conservatism is organic grass-fed beef. Not because it's a premium product, because that's literally the way you raise cattle. You let it walk around eating grass. Liberalism, modern, neoliberalism, is GMO-fed, genetically modified, it's corn-fed, genetically modified, cloned beef, mass-produced at a low price and available at your local supermarket. And progressivism is plant-based beef with a pH food product available in your vegan food aisle. And I do feel like, it's a silly joke, but it does kind of exemplify a lot more than just the meat argument. Like I was talking to a friend about where they could get, farm fresh meats or whatever, and I thought about it. I'm like, man, if you go to like the corporate center, you're going to get corn-fed GMO beef or whatever, and if you go to the farm, you're getting the good stuff. But the farmers are all conservative. I thought that was kind of funny. And but it's everything else. I mean, think about what schools are like for your average liberal. It's march in lockstep. It's mechanized. It's the machine. Nice. It's the high fructose corn syrup plastic bottle. But then you look at what's happening now with progressivism seeping in, and now it's the crazy gender ideology, CRT, race-based everything, and it's crazy because it's imploding on itself in a sense. They claim racism is a problem while actively being racist. It's an amazing paradox. But I guess it's just destroying the foundations of our institutions and ripping the culture apart. It's resulting in people hating each other and fighting, divide and conquer, I guess.
It's feeding racial tension. There's this Gallup poll from 2019, and I hate to bring up another poll. I know we don't love them right this week. But in 2019, they found that for the first time since the poll started in 2001, more Black Americans are saying race relationships with white people are at an all-time, like they're the worst they've ever been. They describe them as, the majority of Black people, 59% described race relations with white people as bad, but white people didn't have this perception, right? And this is before everything that happened with George Floyd and our very, very public discussions of race, especially when it comes to white versus Black Americans. And this was 2019. It was the year before. I think that we've had, like you were saying, conversations about race that actually don't heal communities and don't encourage understanding. They pit people against one another. And you sort of can't be surprised when we have this cartoonist saying like, well, if this is where we're headed, perhaps we should all split up.
Take a look at this. This is a quote from a news article. It says, Adams is currently embroiled in a public scandal following advice he doled out last week when he told white people to get the hell away from Black people, citing a poll that found nearly half of Black people are not okay with white people. It's like, okay, well, hold on there. That's not really what the poll said. And Scott Adams said he was being hyperbolic. And he even said he does not think the data from that poll is absolute or sound. And he thinks people should be treated like individuals. But his point was like, if there's a poll that tells you half of this group of people doesn't like you, you probably don't want to be around them. I mean, so imagine if you put it the other way and it said, the poll said half of white people didn't think it was okay to be black, and then someone told black people to fear or get away from white people. That's literally what the critical race theorists are doing right now.
Well, this is literally what the left wants. The liberal says that race isn't the most important factor about you. It is the content of your character. The left says, no, actually, your skin color does determine your worth. Your skin color does determine if you will be successful. And it reminds me of the Morgan Freeman clip where he says, how do you get rid of racism? Well, you stop talking about it. Or Idris Elba recently came out and he says, I want to stop being known as a black actor. Mm-hmm. I just want to be an actor. And then today, this clip going viral of Issa Rae saying that, I'm rooting for black. I'm just supporting anybody who's black that's winning. And it's crazy that today we still have to point out that you are not valuable based on your immutable characteristics, that it is your abilities, it is your talents, it is the work you put in. But the left doesn't want that. They want you to be constrained and confined by your immutable characteristics because then they can control you by them.
Happy and content people do not engage in revolutionary activities. Period. They don't. The left desires a revolution because they are illiberal. They don't like the principles that this country was founded on, the liberal principles that this country was founded on. They want a revolution. So the more people that are unhappy and dissatisfied with their lives, the better for the left. Period. That's the way that it is, because you don't get revolutionaries from content, happy, satisfied people. If your society is mostly happy and most people are satisfied and most people feel good and have hope for the future, you don't get revolution.
Why risk it? Why risk the good things you have going?
Mm-hmm.
Right now, what they have to do is convince people that things are bad. So I saw this viral video of some kid, and he's like, I live with my parents and my girlfriend because I can't afford rent. Because to even get some place to live, like a studio or one bedroom, was like $1,000 per person. That's insane. How can anyone afford that? Right. Make sure that people can't afford to live, and you guarantee yourself a revolution. So maybe that's why they're building bunkers in New Zealand, because they're preparing for something that I guess we can all see coming and probably should prepare for too.
I mean, I don't want to talk about the possibility of like crazy international globalists creating a nuclear war to kill off a bunch of people.
I didn't say anything about that. I'm talking about economic crisis in which you get socialism, and so they have ranches in New Zealand. But this is literally what's happening. The wealthiest people in the world are building these properties in New Zealand.
Having bought citizenship there.
And other places like St. Kitts and Nevis, you can buy citizenship there. And then you're looking at all the failed policy brought about by the Democrats and the establishment Republicans, which result in $2,000 for a studio apartment a person can't afford. Then you get a bunch of young people saying, this is the worst it's ever been. The system is impossible. What am I supposed to do? And then along comes a Marxist saying, hey, agree with me, and then we'll take it from everybody, and they say, sure, why not? I can't get it anyway. So that's literally happening. Whether intentional or not, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I think one of the interesting things about all conspiracy theories is that if a thing is happening and then someone comes out and says, I believe thing happening is the result of a person wanting it to happen, they say, yeah, you're a conspiracy theorist. But you then come out and be like, I got no idea why, but things happening. And well, is that a conspiracy? No, I never said anybody was doing it on purpose. Like population reduction. How about this? How about we're seeing around the world, countries are seeing their populations decline. You've got people in the United States sterilizing their kids, aborting their kids, or just outright advocating not to have kids because of climate change. It's happening. Population reduction is literally happening. Now, the question is, can you prove an individual or individuals have been implementing these policies with the intention specifically of reducing population? Well, the answer there is yes. Not all of it. I'm not saying every single instance of every single act that reduces population. I'm saying Bill Gates goes on stage and says, we have to reduce population. So the funny thing is,
who else, though?
This is a conspiracy theory that powerful elites have advocated for and talked about incessantly, that there are too many people since, the 70s, the Malthusianism or whatever. And then you've got Klaus Schwab, you've got Bill Gates, you've got these powerful global elites saying, here are the things we're going to do to reduce population growth. Then you start seeing policies implemented that reduce population growth. Okay, fine. I'm not saying young women are being encouraged to get abortions because Bill Gates is funding super PACs or anything like that. I'm just saying, sure is great for him that the thing he wants to happen is happening. So it happens. People want it to happen. There you go. That's as far as I'll go with it.
Yeah, I actually just got done finishing filming a documentary with Prager University about masculinity, and one of the people that I interviewed was John Gray. He wrote the book Boys Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, and he talked about this one experiment. I forget the name of it. It was like this rat experiment, but he essentially related it to the breakdown of the gender roles. And when you talk about depopulation, you know, he talked about this, that how
the Rat Utopia experiment.
Maybe. Yes, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, we talked about that one a bit.
Yeah, and so, you know, and the breakdown of the gender roles and how men and women aren't interacting as much. There was recently this Pew Research poll that showed that men aren't dating anymore, women aren't, you know, the dating in women are down. But, you know, he talked about how our homosexual population is also growing and how that's contributing to depopulation. So I don't know to what scale, but I thought that was interesting what John Gray brought up.
Well, this is interesting because we've taled about, it's like the mouse utopia or the rat utopia experiment. Basically, this dude put a bunch of mice in this big space and gave them all the food and water they could want, and then just left. Like, there you go, utopia, everything you'd ever want. And eventually, their society broke down. Some became aggressive. Some stopped procreating. There were some, they were called the beautiful ones. Shane Cashman wrote about this, beautiful ones of Universe 25. That they would just groom themselves all day and just make themselves look prettier and prettier.
But they won't mate. They're just obsessed with themselves.
They won't mate, but the male rats will still have sex.
Well, they would like all cluster in one room together.
I see the red
like their social order broke down. They just stopped functioning properly, and then eventually they all died. And it sounds a lot like what we're seeing now. Like there is a limit to live and let live, I guess. Like obviously fascism is bad. Okay, people need to have freedom and leeway to live their lives and be productive. But then if you get to the point where you're like, you literally don't care that adult entertainers are putting on children's shows, like adult entertainment for kids is bad, obviously, but the left, the liberals, they're cheering for it. It's like, okay, I think we're entering the rat utopia phase where our society ceases to exist. I guess the difference is we can see it, and we know the results of these experiments. So I think worst case scenario, society breaks down completely. People become aggressive and start killing each other, which kind of seems like it's happening. And then preppers who are active, pay attention, and read, build bunkers, ranches, and then humans are just, they end up fine in the long run.
Yeah,
we get through this.
I think you see people withdraw from society, right? I mean, you talk about this all the time, leaving cities. We know a lot of people who switched to homeschooling during the pandemic. They decide that they don't want to be a part of the society, so they sort of, as much as possible, withdraw. Especially, it's not totally possible. You still use the grocery store. Your kids still have friends who go to public school, that kind of stuff. But they actively choose to try and put distance between them and what are signs of society's collapse.
Yeah, well, it's what you said, Tim, about in the beginning about having everything, and the convenience culture has evolved to the point where we don't need human relationships. We have everything we need. You know, we don't need, you know, relationships to gratify our sexual urges, which is very innate in us. We have pornography. We don't need to make our own food. We have Uber Eats, and we just have grocery stores where we pick it off the shelves. We don't have danger to make us need physical fitness and endurance and, you know, fighting off dangers. We literally don't need each other anymore, and that is killing us.
Dude, you want to hear something really crazy? I make millions of dollars complaining about bullshit on the internet, and I am astounded every single day because I grew up in a way. I grew up in a place where it was like, if you don't work, you don't eat, and I'm in the city. It's like I would play guitar in the subway when I'm basically borderline homeless because I'm like, I'm gonna find a way to make money, otherwise I'm not eating. And that's what you had to do. Yeah. And now I'm at a point where it's like, turn the camera on, complain, people listen, and you make money doing it. I'm not saying that to be self-deprecating for the most part. I'm saying we have as a society gotten to the point where there are people who don't actually work.
I keep trying to give away money on
D-Live and no one's there. Live like kings. This is the craziest thing. Like, we're all kings now. This is not feasible in the long run. It is not a viable way for human society to function. That right now there are people whose hands are covered their hands are calloused. And every day they're lifting things, they're constructing things, and they make substantially less than a BuzzFeed writer. There is a person who works at BuzzFeed. Well, not anymore. They're replacing it with AI, which is going to get even worse, I guess. Or maybe better. Maybe people will be forced to start working again. But there are people who work in the corporate press who show up to work in the morning and they're like, what should we do today? You can call Trump a Nazi. And they're like, okay, I'll do that. And then they make $90,000 a year. Meanwhile, people at home listening are like, I drove a car around for 12 hours doing deliveries, and I made $50 to $100. How can a society function when you have when you have working class, actual working class people who work, and then you have the elite ruling class and corporate press that do nothing and extract 10 times the value from the system? Now that is a recipe for disaster, in my opinion. That can't sustain itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, when you talk about animosity, like that'll fuel animosity, Tim.
And I think that some of the things you mentioned aren't accessible to people who are making, $50 to $100 a day. The BuzzFeed writer can spend all day on the internet and can get Uber Eats and whatever else, but if you live in a rural community and you don't have the budget for that, you are forced to interact with your neighbors and your world a little bit more. And I think that is one of the reasons it's so separate. I know I mentioned a couple times, but the CDC released their youth behavior study, and they found basically that teenage girls are really unhappy. The majority of teenage girls are very sad, very unhappy. Who are the most social creatures naturally on Earth? Teenage girls. They look for community. All they want to do is talk to friends, but their society more and more is digital, right? Teens are on their phones, they're interacting on Snapchat, they are looking for gratification through likes on Instagram as opposed to in-person accomplishments. We are leading them into their own destruction, and we're just saying, no, it's great because we have comfort now and it's so nice, the internet.
I think it's funny that it's the wealthy trust fund lefties that think they're the oppressed working class. Mm-hmm. There's like that viral video out of I think it was Seattle, where a bunch of anti-Amazon protesters leftists are protesting, and then the actual Amazon workers show up in hard hats and like vests, and they start shouting them down. Like the actual working class guy is like a 35-year-old white dude named John who voted for Trump, not a 30-year-old hipster named Devlin who took feminist basket weaving at college.
Mm-hmm.
They think they're working class,
5.5,
and they live in cities. Their lives are funded. This is the craziest thing to me about how the system works. College loans. Right now, everyone's screaming like, Joe Biden, pay off our loans. Oh no, the loan forgiveness. And you've got these protesters, these unions, and they're screaming, being like, they need to forgive student loans. And I'm like, it's just crazy to me that these hipster leftist types literally do no work, get free money from these institutions, then demand everyone else eat the cost and pay for their entitled lives. Mm-hmm. And there's a dude out there right now who's listening to this show at work, lifting a heavy box, and his back hurts. And he's thinking,
But the thing is, they don't think that they're the working class. They're Leninists, and they think that they're the vanguard. They think that they really do. They're Marxist-Leninists. That's the basis of their opinion. They're the ones that are the bourgeois.
They're the bourgeois.
Yeah, they're the bourgeois that are gonna. They're the bourgeois that are gonna sweep the proletariat through the revolution into the new society, into the social society. That's exactly what they think. Everyone that's at Media Matters thinks that they're a member of the vanguard. They're all going to get the bullet if they get what they want, because that's what the commies do.
The communists purged the intelligentsia that fomented the revolution in the first place.
Right. Yeah, liberals get the bullet too, so they're done. But
the communists know who's a real risk: the working class guy or the revolutionary. The revolutionary. Yeah. So once the revolution happens, the revolutionaries turn on each other. Mm-hmm. But I got an idea. Here's what we should do. We should do one of those like panel discussions that you see on the internet every so often, where they'll get like 2 layers of chairs and then have people all sit there and like a person asks them all questions. And I just want to get like working class union guys from Western Maryland and West Virginia, and then college hipster leftists, and then just be like, let me ask you guys some questions. Who did you vote for? And then watch all the working class guys be like, oh yeah, I work in a factory. I work in a steel mill. I voted for Trump. And then the college student's going to be like, but you're working class. Why are you voting for Trump? I voted for Biden. It's like, you have no idea our problems, dude.
But this is the fundamental difference between the left and the right. The left bases their life around rights, where the right bases their life around obligations. And that's what the left does, is they say you have all of these rights, and if you vote for me, I will give them to you. And the right thinks, I don't have rights. The only rights I have is the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I have an obligation to my family. I have an obligation to God. I have an obligation to my country.
I would say the left promises entitlements. they would say things like, you deserve this. This is yours.
But they frame it as rights. You have a right to healthcare. You have a right to food. You have a right to this wage. You have a right to everything. 100 years ago, we only had those 3 rights: the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And you needed to build. You needed to farm. You needed to fight. And because we don't have the need to do all those things, they can come up with all these rights and then again say, you have these rights, and if you vote for me, I will give them to you. I will give you all of your desires.
But that's because that again comes back to the fact that they're not liberals. They're progressives. They believe that they don't believe in rights at all. They don't believe in
it's just jargon
rights.
to them.
The rights are what the government gives to people, and that's all they believe.
Part of me really would love it if the system just stopped for 1 month. Just 1 month. But I know the reality is a lot of people would die. And I don't want that to happen. I just want these purple hair, shaved head leftists who cry because someone misgendered them. I just want them to understand a little bit what hard work really is and how hard life really is for other people. Because while these people are at Starbucks crying because someone misgendered them, there is a 12-year-old kid mining cobalt with his teeth falling out of his face who's doing the work to make sure they can have their espresso machine. And they have no idea. These people exemplify capital city in the Hunger Games so perfectly. They don't realize that they watch these movies and they're like, I'm Katniss. It's like, no, you're that capital city crazy-haired lady drinking Ipecac and barfing to eat more food at your party, not realizing other people are being beaten and enslaved so they can sustain your way of life.
I think that there are other people too, even in these colleges. One of my good friends growing up, or that I went to high school with, put himself through college while working as an EMT full time, and he got his degree and he kept going. Like, he's one of the hardest working people I know, and I think if anyone in his college had been like, I'm working class too, he would have laughed, but he wouldn't have said anything because he doesn't need to prove himself to them. I think that the people who have never been asked to consider, like, they take on student loan debt knowing that someone in their family will be able to help them pay it off, or they don't need to think about it. They are resigned to not being responsible for the consequences of their actions. And then when eventually they're put in a position where they have to act with responsibility or to meet their obligations, they don't want to do it anymore.
When I'm not here,
this is the problem, though.
At the camera, I'm in the kitchen,
probably
and something's happening.
Conservative types.
You have to have a certain amount of hours to do it,
sit there with a smile on their face, looking at the hippie liberal, being like, "If only they knew, man, the whiny little bitches," and they don't say anything.
Houston, we have a problem.
It's because they're hardened and they're not fazed by the complaints of these people. But the squeaky wheel gets the grease. So these lunatic leftists go around smashing things and screaming, and then feckless politicians are like, just give them whatever they want. They're yelling in my ears.
Yeah.
I saw a TikTok the other day. Some kid was literally saying, "Why do I have to work just to live?"
I remember that. I got
and I'm like,
I just
kidding, really?
Oxidization. That's what I say. Oxidization. I'll try and get to the root for you, dude. It's called entropy. That's it. Your body is ceasing to exist without being sustained by energy. And you have to get it from somewhere. Ain't nobody going to do it for you.
It's amazing that people think that.
There was a meme that went around for a while that was like, I blame my parents for this. I didn't ask to be born, so I didn't ask to like pay for all this. And you want to be like, so you'd rather be dead? Like, what are you saying? Yeah, they are for abortion. They're also saying that like they should never have to assume responsibility, right? Like, life is a gift, and being able to live life on Earth is a blessing. And so therefore, like, don't look at your parents and be like, how could you do this to me? How could you bring me on, like, into this world? Be grateful and become mature and accept your responsibilities in life.
I forget go ahead. I forget the philosopher's name, but he's like, this is not some kind of new thing. There was a philosopher hundreds of years ago talking about the flungness of existence, the way that you kind of just are tossed into reality. Like, that's part of the human condition. Shut the hell up and quit whining.
No, it pisses me off when I go online and I see people my age and they're like, oh, I had such a hard day at school. Like, I just need to unwind. It's like, what do you mean unwind? You read books for 6 hours. Unwind for what? Can you imagine, like, talking to a 50-year-old guy that's been working on the docks in the 60s? He comes home and you're like, how was your day? Like, how are you feeling? He'd look at you and he'd go, what do you mean, how am I feeling? I need to put food on the table. What do you mean? I got to get up in 8 hours. Are you kidding me? But we have this sense of entitlement in my generation that, yeah, you need to have your relaxation time. You need to have your vacation time. You need to have a little cookie at the end of your meal. You need a little sweetness. It's like, no. You have obligations to, again, your God, country, and your family. And the left has stripped all those things away.
His eyes too close together?
You have all these rights. The government is your daddy. And it's left everybody sad, depressed, anxious, like obligation and working for people outside of yourself, working for a higher power, working for things, anything outside of yourself. That's what gives you fulfillment. That's what gives you gratitude. That's what gives you a meaningful life.
I want to jump to this story from the Daily Mail. New York teacher manipulated 5th grade student into changing gender without parents' consent, which drove her to consider suicide, lawsuit claims. It was only after the girl, 9, drew suicidal images that her parents found out. Teacher Deborah Rosenquist was calling her Leo and using he, him pronouns. Superintendent Jennifer J. Quinn and Terryville Road Elementary School Principal Anna Marie V. Skjov admitted they knew about Rosenquist's antics. So we'll just look at this.
It's so weird. Whoa, I'm so surprised.
Of my lungs.
Aren't you surprised that that's what she looks like, you guys?
But think about this. There is a little girl who knows and believes she is a little girl, and the teacher keeps saying, no, you're a boy and your name is Leo, causing such distress that the 9-year-old contemplated suicide. Mm-hmm. It's almost like these people are demonic, and I say that figuratively, not literally. I don't believe in demons.
I just don't think
I guess you can call some things demons.
I just don't think adults should have secrets with a 9-year-old from their parents,
really
right? The fact that she's not saying like, hey, your kid is expressing some confusion about their gender or whatever. Like, if that happened to your cousin, go immediately to their parents. You're an adult. You shouldn't have secrets with children.
100%.
It's so obvious. I just don't understand. Like, why is this even a question? And then this idea that like, oh, well, their parents wouldn't be accepting. Well, maybe it's because they're 9 and you're a stranger.
And you don't have any right to tell a kid what like you said, if it will be accepting or not. That is for the family. They have whatever beliefs they have. That is for the child and the parent. But today, children have become the vehicles and the medium for people to project their social and political views onto. And in that way, they can use kids in any example to say, well, what about the kids? If you don't affirm their gender, then they're going to commit suicide. If you don't let me take them to a drag show, then they're going to commit suicide. And it's like, no. That is for the parent to decide. You do not get a relationship with that kid outside of what the parent is doing. And that is the definition of grooming. You always get these claims. I get them all the time. Oh, we're not groomers. You're calling everyone a groomer. If you're doing anything to lead a child down a path that goes against what the parent is teaching, you are grooming them. Whether it's sexual, political, whatever it is, that is the definition of grooming.
Mm-hmm. Well, and then also, who else would we bring to these hearings, right? I remember listening to public radio in West Virginia when they had one of their like, can you give hormones to underage children? And they're like, just listen to this brave testimony from a 12-year-old who identifies as transgender. You want to be like, this person is 12. They shouldn't be here. Why are they the political tool of essentially the pharmaceutical industry and their messed up parents and teachers? Like, this is crazy.
Somebody posted, I think in like Massachusetts, they have an anti-sterilization law that says that any doctor that performs a medical procedure that sterilizes a child is guilty of a felony. Mm-hmm. I think it was Massachusetts. And they're just like, how come this is not being prosecuted? Like, how come not going after people who are doing this?
That seems like one of the most obvious things that you can imagine. Like, if a doctor performs a surgery or whatever on a child without the parents' consent, they must be liable.
I think even meets with them. There are some high schools in California that have Planned Parenthoods attached to them, or they're like on campus, and they'll offer, referrals for birth control. They can't prescribe there, but they'll also offer referrals for hormone therapy or any kind of like transgender issue you may have. Why? Why would you not want to be involved in what's going on with your minor, right? I understand if that person is 18, they're an adult, and that's a different argument, but schools shouldn't be facilitating private conversations with adults without the parents' presence. That seems so obvious, and yet we just abandon this principle all the time.
Yeah, you're right. It's obvious.
Well, they're introducing a bill in Florida right now that would make businesses who offer payment for gender affirming care to their employees to be responsible for the detransition costs if there is regret. This was a bill that was introduced, I think, a couple weeks ago, and it'll be interesting to see how that plays out, because I can imagine that businesses are going to say, wait, hold on, if they regret this, if I offer them surgery, they do something that they regret, and I will be liable for their detransition hormones or surgery or whatever, I may not want to take that risk, and it'll be really interesting to see how businesses respond to this.
I just think that they'll say, yeah, we'll do that because we don't think that many people will detransition. I think that we as a society, not we in this room, but generally people are not willing to acknowledge the risks that are, like you were bringing up, sterilization laws in Massachusetts. They're not enforcing it because they're not saying it's definitely for sure going to sterilize you. There's a chance it might. I mean, the studies are pretty clear on what the consequences of some of these interventionist, either hormonal or surgical treatments are for people who identify as transgender. But there's enough gray area where they're skating by saying like, well, but maybe it's helping because they're depressed or whatever else. Like, this is going to be, it's going to get worse before it gets better, right? Because the data is living in this gray area. Even though common sense tells us one thing, we have enough ambiguity in the medical science to deny it.
Well, if there's anything that made me believe in possession by demons, it's stuff like this. Like the weird cult-like behavior that we've seen from the woke left, the inability to process information, and the rejection of fact. Now, maybe it's not demons, it's just that some people can get put in a cult-like trance, but it sure does feel like demonic possession,
It's not supernatural, but it's probably what people were describing when they started calling people demonically possessed. Like the behaviors were the same when they, like, as they were trying to figure these things out. You might well call them psychotic nowadays or whatever. But like when you say evil, there are behaviors that people can engage in that will qualify them as evil because they fit the definition. The word has a definition. If you engage in these activities, you are evil. There are things that you can do that are demonic that qualify as a definition. That doesn't mean that there's actually like supernatural, like 10th dimension demons living in your brain.
That'd be cool though if like there were, you know, like interdimensional beings, and I don't mean like demons from other dimensions. I mean demons in between the dimensions, you know, like in between realities and the twisting. Now that the demons come out and, you know, they do their thing.
Hey, call it what you want. I think it's semantics, but you know, if there was a word for it, grooming minors into the radical left's gender ideology that has them chemically castrate and generally mutilate themselves.
Evil.
That would be it.
Evil.
Yeah.
I feel like sad because they just prey on parents who are scared, right? If I told you your kid is suicidal and if you don't do this one thing, they'll die. I mean, there are a lot of parents who would be like, I'll do anything to keep my kid alive.
But the issue is the kids are suicidal because of the teachers.
Exactly.
But that's what they say. Listen to how predatory this is. They say to the parents, would you rather have a boy daughter or a dead daughter? Imagine as a parent, a trans daughter, yeah, when they're going in for these gender surgeries and their consultations, they tell the parents, would you rather have a boy, that's a girl, or would you rather have a dead daughter?
Same guy.
Think about that as a parent. Think about a medical professional that you should have some trust in, saying you either have to chemically castrate your child and give them these drugs, or they will kill themselves.
Yeah.
That is predatory.
And lay on top of that, well, and you didn't know they were going through this and the teacher had to tell you, which means your kid doesn't feel comfortable with you. Like, it's just guilt trip after abusive guilt trip. I feel sad with the parents. Hopefully you have enough common sense not to do this. I don't feel bad for the parents who are like, no, this is a good idea. Let me bring my child to political rallies and prop them up as a representation of what a good woke parent I am. Well, but I do think that there is at some core, you know,
too, man.
I think a lot of parents are scared and they want to do do the right thing. And I think the fact that this industry is preying on that, because that's what it is, this industry, is just disgusting. And I can't believe that this wouldn't be an obvious point where we unite as a culture and say this is bad, but apparently we can't, which is mind-boggling.
It is an industry. You trans a child, you have a patient for life, and that's a lot of money.
Yes. There's a lot of things that are actually lining up that have a certain synergy. So you've got the financial incentive from hospitals. You've got the ideologically possessed people that are looking to actually mess up society. They want ideological and want a revolution.
Look at this
you undermine the structure of the family.
Fuck you,
exactly.
lady. I'm sorry.
You've also got a lot of your default Democrats, right?
Your
knee-jerk, I want to vote to be nice people, which is the majority of the Democrat Party, right? The people that are actually
there's an
the
egg
thought
under that
leaders
thing.
are
the only reason
are
why
the
it's
ones
there.
that are probably the committed leftists. Your average
fucking amazing
foot soldier, for lack of a
just
better
had to
term,
squirt
is
it out
a
there.
soccer
Couldn't make it
mom
any further.
that just wants to do what's right
wants
for
to
her
be
kids
warmer.
and wants to like not make waves at the PTA meeting too much because she wants everyone to get along because they might bump into each other at the Starbucks on Tuesday. You know, it's that stuff really has an effect on people. So the motivation or the incentive doesn't have to be some cabal that's handing out Q drops or whatever. It can be just the common general narrative that people are believing, and people trying to do what they think is the right thing.
Yeah,
bro.
I think it's terrible to put children at the center of this, and I think that's why the left is so willing to do it, right? Because I think
Eagles are sticking
there are
together
so many people who are
better than
compassionate. They realize that children aren't able to advocate for themselves fully, and they are ultimately. A lot of our law looks at them as basically the possessions of their parents, which they are in a lot of respect, even though they are people with rights,
Eagles.
and they know that basically
parents,
get a 2-for-1 voter, right? So if you get the parent to support you and the
see
kid goes
them
through
feed
it, they're probably also going to support your cause.
It's amazing.
It's mass
The
recruiting
precision.
people to your side of the line, and that's terrifying
so
because it has
sweet.
intense, real consequences for those involved.
You know that saying, Missouri loves company. Yeah.
I've heard something like that.
Yeah.
Might have been a little different.
It is kind of weird that
they all
when
have the
people
white heads.
are
They look exactly
living in
the
a
same, females
self-induced
and
Sorry, now I'm
misery,
just thinking about it.
they
Like,
want
are
you
bigger,
to live in
though.
it as well. You know what I mean? They
Always.
crabs in a bucket. Crabs in a barrel.
Unless they're
They
younger.
don't want you getting out. They want you to suffer if they have to suffer.
Yeah, well, have you ever met, have you ever had a friend that they base their entire personality around problems that they have? And them, these are problems that are so fixable. They would be so easy to fix, but they get more out of having the problem and the attention that they receive from it than they would if they just fix the problem. And you have these groups that they bond over their problems. And then it's like when people fix them and they leave the group, they're demonized, right? So it's weird, and that's what you're seeing, I think, on a societal scale, that when you have a victim class, it's easy to control, it's easy to feel good about yourself, there's no self-accountability, there's no self-work that you have to do. If you're a victim, then you'll always have someone to blame, and you will never have to fix your problems.
There was another
I think there are people that
here,
are so negative that just complain about everything, and that person's not doing the right thing by them or whatever else, and you walk away feeling negative, and you just don't want to hang out with them again for a while. And I think we're seeing this on a mass scale, right? So if you're a young person in society and all of your friends are upset about something, and then you open Twitter and everyone's complaining and fighting, and then you look at the news and everything is bad, like how could you not start to feel just totally blackpilled?
Let's jump to this story we got from Yahoo News. It's actually syndicated from the National Review. San Francisco Reparations Committee chairman admits no math formula behind each black resident, and they didn't use a mathematical formula to determine that. They just decided that's the number, I guess, plus like a lifetime guarantee of revenue. But Aldo, you're just mentioning that people build communities and personalities around grievances, and I have to wonder if one of the reasons we're never actually going to see reparations is because these political groups need it as a political cudgel, as a tool to win power.
Yeah, no, I agree.
This plan is going to cost billions of dollars. Like
this plan,
San Francisco, it's like I think twice the budget of like the city budget. Like they cannot afford it, and they're like, it doesn't matter. We'll just say yes and figure it out later.
It's crazy that they haven't figured it out yet. That they are political pawns until the end of time. If they keep saying, well, we're going to give you this because you're black. We're going to give you this if your ancestors were slaves. It's like,
what if your ancestors were slave owners? Do you?
I don't know. My family came over later, so don't look at me.
Well, because Angela Davis is descended from the Mayflower.
I love this story.
But I mean, it's like, look, a lot of people on the right.
He needs to stay
like
closer
Angela
to the
Davis,
microphone.
She's like,
You see how much
Panther,
different that sounded?
She committed communist.
You see where his face
is? Was not radical enough for her, so she quit.
But like,
when he
the
gets
thing is,
double that distance, it doesn't sound nearly as
the
good. It
reason
sounds
she's
kind of
descended
gay,
from people from the
actually.
Mayflower is not because
It's wild.
she's like the heir to the Mayflower
That's the same
family.
guy? Wait,
it's
no, that's a
because
different
the slave
guy.
owners probably raped
That's why
her
the other guy
ancestors
actually
and,
is
like,
gay,
had
probably.
kids. It wasn't like, you know, a daughter in the Mayflower family fell in love with a black man and they decided to defy the law and miscegenation and have kids. It was probably a slave woman being raped by a slave owner or something like that. So it's like, it's not like, you know, when people are making fun of her, I'm like, it's kind of a bad thing. But my question then becomes, she's still the descendant of slave owners, right? Like, how does that work?
Well, it doesn't matter because they'll still claim that, well, your skin color
It is
still
every
made it
guy.
so that
Okay,
the
that's not the
social,
Casey
you know, the
Kasem
social
guy.
interactions, you know,
Never
you were
mind.
still discriminated against, even though these were your descendants. But yeah, it does go back to that community of victimhood.
different new
And you could
people
see it on
there
her face
today.
when she was told, oh, your
Right.
ancestors came on the Mayflower. She was like, oh no, this is too much. Like, this is horrible. It's like, you should probably get a 23andMe or an Ancestry.com before you start making your entire career and your entire personality.
Dude, 23andMe will get your ass hemmed up later on in life. Check it out, though. I'm just saying.
They
Bro,
sequenced the genome.
Actually, it doesn't even have to be you
this
doing
is probably
it.
Scott Adams approved.
Like, if your family member does a 23andMe,
Yeah, because
and
black people are going to go like mad to San Francisco.
Scott Adams
find
said
your DNA
in that
somewhere,
video where they called him
link
racist,
it
he
up
said he was in
through
favor
your
of
relative
affirmative action
now.
and diversity programs and stuff like
you're
that.
just fucked, right? You
So
don't
it's just
even
like
have to
they really
have a
did cut
felony
the
or anything for
context
the
of
government to have
absolutely
your
saying
DNA
because I
now.
was like,
It's
I
pretty
support these
wild.
things. Like, you know, yeah. But anyway,
They have
Well, the
everybody's
San Francisco one
DNA
is crazy
pretty
because
much.
there
A
are
little bit.
qualifications. Can't
Because
just be
of
anyone,
23andMe.
right? So you have to have been in the city between 1940 and 1996, or you have to have been like if you've
96?
gone. Yeah, if you were born between 1940 and
Black people don't care, I
1986,
guess.
or were resident there for at least 13 years, if you've migrated there from a different country between 1940 and 1996, you also like can have
Why
been
those years?
personally affected. I'm not
Man, I
sure.
get
I
it if you
couldn't get
don't
an
do anything
explanation
wrong,
out
you
of the
don't
document I
anything
read
to
because they
worry
proposed this a
about,
couple
but
months
that
ago,
used
and
to
at the
be a
time.
punishment to have your DNA
This
taken
program's going to cost
by the
$50
government.
billion. So what I think is crazy is they're saying, like, a couple of the other things is like if you've been affected by the war on drugs,
that's how they
you
called
meet
that
one of the
dude
two
that
of 8
stabbed
criteria
the
that we need
college
to.
I got to
students.
compromise. Take the
from
$50 billion
one of those,
from
a relative
one of
had
these
done a DNA
woke
thing.
big tech companies,
That's what I
Facebook
heard.
or something. Take $50 billion
I
from
mean,
them.
so that's cool.
And
They
then give out
called him through
reparations.
that.
I
but
would
at
accept
the
those
same
terms.
time, it's
No, it will
like,
never end though. They'll get reparations, and it's
When's
never
Minority
ending.
Report gonna
Yeah, I mean, my
start?
point though is I don't care. It destroys Facebook.
Pre-crime's just around the corner.
Yeah.
So you know, it's like whatever.
No, this makes me think.
We'll keep
though,
doing it.
of
We'll be
the,
like, oh no, we got to get more reparations. Oh, what's that? Google?
Pre-crime.
Oh, geez, gonna have to take money from you next. Oh, what's that? Pfizer?
But maybe they should, right? Because if you're
BlackRock,
saying
Vanguard?
like Black Americans in San Francisco have been disproportionately affected by a lot of things, and they now can't afford housing here. Well, who drove up housing in San Francisco? San Francisco's already expensive, but
White people.
tech industry did. So maybe Google and Facebook should contribute to this fund.
Yeah, but
what I think is crazy is that they're saying
How
like,
about don't
yeah,
live
we'll
in
say
San
yes because
Francisco?
they know they'll possibly get elected off of it. It's never going to happen. There's no way they have $50 billion to fund this program. They're just going to say, but we're the ones who voted in favor of reparations, so elect me again.
I mean, you guys bring up interesting points, but you fail to consider what these tech engineers will eat for lunch if they give away all this money. How will they get their steak lunches? How will they get their wine on tap, Tim?
That is true.
Come on.
I know that keeps me up at night.
They
sometimes.
already
We'll have to
have
pay them
enough
up.
I'm
money
imagining
to
some
invest
22-year-old
that
fresh out of
and-
college,
and make money
you know,
off the
crying
investments.
because the wine on tap
So they could take
stopped running.
They could take a couple years off.
I think that really we shouldn't harm the tech industry. We should just rob all of middle America to pay for San Francisco's reparation program.
Yeah, no,
So you agree?
There's a lot going on here. Sorry. Yeah, no, this reminds me. I did a man on the street in San Francisco a couple months back when they were doing their reparations program, quote unquote, for trans people in San Francisco that said if you're trans,
that's
you were negatively
underground
affected by the social ills and the discrimination against transgenders. And so they were giving out money. What was it? It was like $1,300 a month for up to 18 months.
You're getting paid just to be you.
Light.
Yeah.
The weirdest thing about the reparations in California is that California was never a slave state.
No, they had
it's like I don't
lights,
understand
so
what
that
is
would
California
change.
paying for?
be
They're
dark
just to
all the
prove
time.
that they are the
But
most
still,
sorry.
though,
That they are
they'd
the
be
most
weird as
oppressed.
shit because
It's
they've
like
never
it
been out from
can't
underneath
happen.
the ground.
So if you're
We'd have
a black
babies that
American
had never
in
seen
San Francisco who really thinks like maybe I will
actual
make some money off of
sunlight.
this, like you're
We could
being
do this
lied
in the
to,
future.
and they're okay with that because it
We need a
scores them
king,
essentially
though.
cheap political points.
You know,
$5
there are many
million
places
per person.
in,
I mean,
in
If you
Europe,
can identify as trans, can I identify as black?
underground
and move to San
villages,
Francisco?
dude.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have to, it says
Where they
here,
would
you
live
have to have
for
identified as black or
1,500
African American
years,
on
dude.
public
They had
documents for at least 10
stables
years.
even. Stables
So,
with
like, even if
horses
you're
and
white,
shit, man.
if it's
Rachel
past 10
I don't know
Dolezal
how
is
this
like, I'm
is
ready. Here we
impossible.
go.
Look into
I
it.
mean,
This is a
well,
thing,
hold on.
dude.
What
It's
if
a-
what if
it's a
what if
thing,
she
dude.
is
I
a
gotta
descendant of
pee, though.
slaves? You know what I mean? Like Angela Davis is descendant of is a descendant of the Mayflower Pilgrims or whatever, or colonists or whatever.
I
So-
feel like
so,
if
you know.
anyone, Rachel Dolezal might be descendant of Irish indentured servants, but I doubt that she is affected by the slave trade.
But I'm not saying necessarily her. I'm saying that there's going to be some white dude with blonde hair and blue eyes who pulls out his 23andMe and it's like 2.7% black, and he's gonna be like, "Yep, there's like old great grandma," and
Or Serge, right? Serge is African American.
I cannot wait for Tariq Nasheed's take on this because you do know about his whole thing about the FBAs, the Foundational Black Americans. You know Tariq Nasheed.
Yeah,
He's
like a black nationalist guy.
Yeah, and he rails against the non-FBAs. So essentially, if you weren't a foundational black American, if you weren't some of the first slaves, then he gets mad at these Africans and these other black people that came over later or just recently, and they say that they're entitled to these reparations, and he goes hard on them. So I'm looking forward to his take on this.
Racism is so profitable. He's racist against other black people.
He is.
So I got an idea because people.
I'm not totally against his point, though. Like, if we're going to do reparations, I kind of get what he's saying.
People are super chatting about how they're working hard and working in factories and all that stuff. Here's my plan. All right. In the future, if I ever end up finding myself in office, I'll propose a bill. Or maybe when I go talk to Matt Gaetz, I'll be like, hey, make this bill that if you work in a non-labor job, you got to pay double the taxes, and that goes to the people who actually do work. There you go. Problem solved. So, like, if you work at a university, well, we're going to take an extra, 15% of your paycheck, and it's going to go pay a factory worker's salary.
It's allowed.
I like that.
It's the least we could do to help the workers, right? You don't oppose the workers, do you?
It's an OnlyFans tax, right? Let's take
That's
30%
right.
out of the OnlyFans models and give them to the FBAs.
Stockbrokers, day traders, universities, professors, feminist dance theorists, all
Anybody
that.
that can't get
tax
fired.
on all of that. Yeah, government bureaucrats,
Yeah.
and then anybody who actually makes stuff, they get a bonus in their salary, supplemental income. That's socialism. I mean, right? They agree with it, don't they?
Or maybe we should just make everyone complete 2 years of like a skill trade before they can enter a four-year university. Like maybe you should have to work with your hands before you pursue your degree.
I think every gender studies degree should have at
you
least
work
one
with your
class
hands,
where
you're
they're forced to
break rocks.
Yeah, or just shadow like a plumber.
I just love
or a
it.
Farmer.
There was a meme of some like leftist being like, I can't wait till we make them break rocks so that they can figure out what a real day of hard work feels like. And it's just like, you don't work. What are you talking about? Who are you talking about? The dude who works in a factory driving a forklift all day and is covered in sweat, and the guy who works on a petroleum rig drenched in oil and high chance of death.
Do you ever see those videos on Instagram or TikTok where it's like a day in my life as a consultant? Well, I woke up at 9:30 and I put on my sweatsuit and then I went to my desk to start working and like seemed perfectly pleasant, have a good time. But I really want like a commercial electrician to make one. Oh, I woke up at 3 a.m. and commuted to work, and then I wired and I had to cut all this stuff. Like I carried.
Got into an argument with a client, and it's like him filming a guy yelling at him.
Yeah,
it's just them going to 7 meetings a day. What do you need to go to a meeting for? Like, do you think farmers like have meetings every morning for 3 hours? You think the guy in the oil rig is like, yeah, I went to 4 meetings today? He's like,
no, he's like, I'll circle back to it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Look at how many people Twitter fired in the past 6 months.
Oh, man.
And Twitter essentially operates the same. And they fired thousands of people.
Now think about that at every university in America.
Every big tech company, every startup, everybody that can convince someone with some money that they give me money and I'll make your money into a tech giant or whatever. They get funding and they loaded up with all their friends who are doing nothing at all.
You know what the oil rig doesn't have? They don't have yoga rooms. You know what the oil rig doesn't have? Wine on tap. You know what the yoga room doesn't have? Or the yoga room, the oil rig. They don't have the what is it? The sensory deprivation room. It's like, God, the luxury of these tech engineers is ridiculous.
Yeah, let's jump to this story here. I saw this tweet, and I'm just assuming it's true. I don't know when it's posted today. Florida State Senator, what is this? At Governor Gone Wild. Who's this? Blaise Ingoglia. Florida Senator, past chairman of Florida GOP, files a bill to decertify any political party whose platform ever supported slavery. The bill is titled the Ultimate Cancel Act. Mic drop. I agree. Do you all in favor of?
I thought mic drop was in the name of the act. I was like,
all in favor of decertifying any political party who ever supported slavery. Say aye.
Here, Tim.
Aye. Aye. All right. Well, okay. Let's go through the list of major political parties and see which ones are stricken. We have Republicans. They're good, and then we have Democrats, and they're out. And that's the list. Okay. All right.
The Green Party is like, here we come. This is us.
Everyone moves over.
How's a chance?
I agree with this bill actually 100%, and it should. If they're going to go tear down statues, then let's get rid of the Democratic Party. There we go.
I like that in most public high schools in America, they'll teach you, oh, well, actually, it was Republicans. It's just that the parties changed names or something. Like, they twist the logic so intensely to make it be like, well, it couldn't be Democrats. Democrats would never.
I mean, there are still people alive today who are Democrats and Klan members, but, that's besides the point.
No, they don't acknowledge
Still alive today?
Yeah.
Yeah. How long ago was it where, I mean, this was like the 60s, 70s. Yeah. I mean, the Klan still exists.
Yes.
Many of these people probably are no longer Democrats, for sure. I mean, but you'd be surprised. There have been white nationalists who have come out and talked about how the Democratic platform is good, and then they explain all the things that typically Republicans complain about, like the Democrats destroying the black family and things like that. So, yeah. You get it.
Didn't Richard Spencer endorse?
Yeah, Richard Spencer's a big Biden guy right now.
Yeah. He was, too, I think, in 2020. He was for Biden, not Trump.
Yeah,
he says because Trump didn't do the things they thought he was going to do, he wasn't that guy.
Exactly. Anybody that's for physical removal there's got to be a big government to go along to do the removing. Like anybody that's like Spencer used to be pro, removing people and stuff.
He likes authority.
Yeah,
so does the Democratic Party.
Yeah, you don't get.
I'm just I don't know about all that. I'm just saying. Antifa went around and BLM went around tearing down statues. That not even like they tore down a statue of Hans Christian Hegg, who was an abolitionist who died fighting to free slaves. So okay, I guess whatever. I don't know what they're, but if they're all about this, then I think they'd agree with us, right? We can, get Antifa to get on board with this bill, and we'll get rid of the Democratic Party.
This is such a power play. I love it, because then Democrats will have to say, no,
I want to see how many other states...
No, wait, don't. That's us.
I want to see how many other states introduce it, because sometimes when this happens, 4 or 5 other state legislators pick it up, it gets some momentum.
Got to make some phone calls to West Virginia.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, we'll talk to, we're going to be, I think the plan is to be at Congress again this Friday. Big old Congress party.
This Friday?
Yeah, I'm not going to say too much, but I think we're going to be there. I'll make sure to bring this up to all of them. Like, hey, you guys want to do the Condemning Slavery Act or something like that? And then it's to publicly denounce and reject any political party that's ever supported slavery.
We'll start making picket signs as soon as the show's over.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah. It's the ultimate cancel act, so it's perfect.
Yeah.
The ultimate
Can you imagine coming out against this act? No, I think we're okay.
What they'll try and do is amend it to be like recognizing the Failures of America Act or something like that. And then what they'll do is they'll be like, it's not the Democratic Party, it's all America. And then the Republicans have to counter and be like, actually, we were the ones who wanted to get rid of the slavery, so, sorry.
Remember that whole war thing?
Yeah, that was you guys. And, just trying to change your name doesn't change anything. Not only that, but like, people always rag on the Young Turks, because their name is like the Young Turks, which was a genocidal group of people. And, it's like, imagine naming your media organization the Hitler Youth is basically what the Young Turks did. But like, think about the Democratic Party then. Like, the Democratic Party is the organization that represented slavers and slavery. if you're going to be critical of the Young Turks, so you certainly got to be critical of the Democratic Party title, right?
Yeah.
Fine with me.
And they can't really like pull a Washington Redskins slash what are they, the Commanders now? Like it's not like they can be like, well, now we're the
and their mascots
are
Now we're the Confederates.
I love that the mascot for the Washington Commanders is a pig.
Yeah, it's terrible. Who's
Sorry,
in charge of any of this?
You guys are not wow.
Can I turn this off? I'll turn this off. 7 people here. I might as well just chill. Not listen to any of that. I wouldn't arbitrarily change the subject like that if there are a bunch of people watching it, but I don't think anybody gives a shit really. For the most part. Dude. I don't know why they didn't pop into the right shape. They should have. I'm having a hard time grabbing it now. I can't grab the eagle like I want to. I can't fucking grab the eagle like I want to. Like I wants to. Like I wants to. See, big difference in where you put your face though in the microphone. Like this sounds way different than this. It actually does. You can't hear any reverb with the other one. No. 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 Maybe. Simon really is a beautiful cat. He's a good companion. He truly is a good companion. He's my buddy. I just get so frustrated when he acts up with his eating habits. By the way, I've learned that I just don't totally mix up the... I don't know if he's eating it or not. I don't totally mix up his medication one though. He doesn't eat anywhere around where it's at though right now. So I need to figure something. Like, look, I squirt it down. Like the medication's under there. It's an oil pill, and I pierce it, and I extrude the liquid out by swishing down on it. And it's roughly, I think he might have ate some of it, but you know what I mean? That's kind of like what happens with
Abracadabra!
I'm just trying to get him to eat the stuff so he keeps going up there, because it helps with his joints. It's interesting, man. He's not eating all the food, but I think he's getting more of the medication than he would if I didn't do it like this. I don't know how else to do it, man. Because if I mix it up in the food, he won't eat any of the food. He'll be like, nah, fuck that shit. I go to bed with him almost every night. He comes to my bed with me. I bring him in there. Sometimes I just get frustrated some mornings. Hey, you want to sit? Come here. Come here. Come here. Whatever. Fucker. Son. Come here. Come here, yeah. He's so smart, dude. Like, I had to look at him for him to realize that he really is smart. Oh, you gonna eat the rest of that? No, he's like, no, I'm not. I don't know what's wrong with it. He's sniffing what's left of the food. But he's not eating it. Whatever. Maybe I just won't get any more of that. Come on. Come on. There it is. Boom. My buddy. My buddy. One furniture. Oh, anybody that missed it, I fed the outdoor cat. I think the kitten's dead though. Unfortunately, it sucks. I heard a loud banging last night while I was about to go to bed. And then, he feels skinnier though. I heard a loud banging, and then last night I heard a cat meowing throughout the night. And it wasn't a horny meow, it was just different. I put food out this morning, and the cat, who I think is the mom, ate. But I don't know about a kitten. I haven't heard a kitten again. So the kitten might have got eaten last night, actually. Where you going? You left me? Why are you so hungry? We're gonna eat some more.
Yes.
All right then, let's get started.
Oh my gosh. See if we can give away some more. Oh, I like, it's interesting. The daytime D-Live people, there are many more of them than at night. I think it would be the opposite, but oh, maybe because they're not in America. Not actually daytime there like that. Oh, where are they? Where? Hi. Dude, he had a box just barely hanging over his head. Like, homie. Who are you? Who? Are you ready? Are you ready to get copyrighted? Fuck it, let's go. Nope, not that one. That's not good enough. I need a good one. I need a fucking good one to get copyrighted on, you know? I need it to be amazing. This is good enough. Classic.
I was walking down a long, dark tunnel toward this beautiful light. It was beckoning me, pulling me toward the other side, like a powerful, irresistible force, calling my name toward this beautiful light, beautiful light, beautiful light, beautiful light, alone. In the darkness. One singular point of beautiful, it was beckoning me like a powerful, irresistible force. point of beautiful light.
I always thought that was a pretty decent one for a newer one. That's for a newer Bass Nectar song, actually. Like, that's classic, but it's classic only now because he hasn't been coming out with anything really. Even that's how that's been going. Reflective was 2019 now. RIP Bass Nectar, dude. RIP Bass Nectar. Shout out to all the bass heads out there. You should see the system in my car that I never bump, dude. But I got a banging ass fucking system in my car, dude. And seriously, it makes some bass heads be like, damn, what? I ain't trying to brag on it though, but it's knocking. Draw disc. What is that? Your what is? Your what is? Mine is attached to a 6 draw disc. Your cast iron skillet? These are different albums. You're getting the tour of Bass Nectar right now. I don't give a shit tonight. Bass Nectar, I love you, bro. We fist bumped in Atlanta. We're homies now. The fire alarm was going off.
Seems like everything I experience in life is happening inside of a dream. Like
I am at the first degree.
Inside their imagination.
We touched.
It looks real.
I touched the Bass Nectar.
And abides by a natural law.
It feels like science fiction.
another ice cube. I need another ice cube.
And it feels real. Abides by a natural law.
It feels like science fiction.
You were babysat in the late 50s? What's happening right now? Have I time traveled? Is it the bands in my ass? Have the bands in my ass done something? Bands in my ass, bands in my ass, bands in my ass, bands in my ass, I'm a time traveler because the band's in my ears.
Almost precious thing we could lose. While you were here, the fun was never ending. Not the minute was only beginning. Chasing that future, this was for
I had to pick the next song, man. It takes me a second. I'm sorry. I get zoned out when I do that shit, dog. That's when 94. 94? You're gonna do my dad, bro. Holy shit. You're old enough to be my dad. The song is listed right here on the screen, Broham. It should be. Is it not working right? Oh, it's broken. Hold on. Thank you for letting me know. It should be on the screen momentarily. Oops. Where is it? Bring it. Where is it? Motherfucker. Hold on. Why does it have it wrong? There it is. Oh my god, I didn't realize it was doing that. How long has it been doing that shit? I gotta do extra steps now, apparently. I have to do extra work now. It's right there. God dang it! I thought that was there the whole fucking time, dude. Changing as I changed it. It will now, but thanks, man. Thanks for letting me know. It'll do it now. Watch, instantly it'll change to what's actually playing. It fucking streaming's hard, dude. You think it's easy? Try it. Yeah, I'd like you to try it. Right, I will promote you even. We'll see how you do. Yeah, fucking dweeb. Watch it change. It's gonna change. It's gonna change to the correct song. If it doesn't, I'm a failure. Wait a second. Oh, it turned off. No, I'll fix it. And for some reason, I turned it off somehow. I don't know why I turned it off, bro. There you go. Wait, it's not changing. It's actually broken. I'm a failure. It changed. It finally changed. We're good.
Whilst out method. Whilst out method.
Classic right here.
Whilst out method. Whilst out method.
This is one of the biggest classics of Bass Nectar. As far as like memorability, like this, he like if he has his own show, Wild Style is probably going to be played at one point within the like 2 or 3 days of his event. Back in the day, that's how it was. Well, this is different parts of this song, like this right, just this part right here. The bass, bro, bass is one of the best in the business when it comes to this kind of music, if not the best there is, especially when it came to lighting and visual with the music. He was the best. Easily, he was the best. When it came to that, putting the visuals with the audio, best show that there was. I knew what the best shows that there were for that, dude. I was in the place to see him in Colorado, and his were the best, man. You have to be a Mushrooms to know, okay? You want to cause a frenzy or what? We are back. Look at some more. One in the chat, have you seen Bass Nectar live? Anybody? Oh, I know you guys have.
When we busy, wasting a frenzy all night, daydreams, banging on 18s, sing a poem in dirty songs, super soaked in honeycomb, hologram, a telephone, coming out to speakerphone.
I've seen it like 7 to 10 times. I'm not sure for sure. I don't feel like counting right now.
When we busy, wasting a frenzy all night, daydreams.
Catman T coming through with the win.
Congratulations. Super soaked in honeycomb, hologram, a telephone, coming out to speakerphone.
Wasting a frenzy all night, daydreams, banging on 18, sing a poem in dirty songs, super soaked in honeycomb, hologram, a telephone, coming out to speakerphone. sip on the data. Verb conjugator plus herb inhalator. Feed off the haters, opposite of Krypton. Give me more power, now I'm fit to get my sip on. Move with the hip, shake, shake that chassis. Clean, elegant, but still get nasty. Dance floor trashy with cups and glitter.
You're a beautiful person. That's not flattery, I mean that. I would fuck the shit out of you.
Teleport massive, land like a cat, true B-boy fashion. Always on pause, two techniques each. Hold to the beats while we storm up the beach. All I wanna do is wanna teleport massive. Throw their hands up in the air, yeah, we feeling up. All I wanna do is wanna teleport. Throw their hands up in the air, yeah, we feeling up. We'll be willing, I'm sure we top billing up. Teleport massive. Sip on the data, verb conjugator plus herb inhalator. Feed off the haters, opposite of Krypton. Give me more power, now I'm fit to get my sip on. Move with the hip, shake, shake that chassis. Clean, elegant, but still get nasty. Dance floor trashy with cups and glitter. Duck that picture. Mugshot mean like my name Nick Nolte. Hard days night, please don't insult me. Did a lot of living in the past 6 minutes. Cold like a blizzard when the flows hitting it. Space time jumper, teleport massive. Land like a cat, true B-boy fashion. Always on pause, two techniques each. Hold to the beats while we storm up the beach. All I wanna do is wanna teleport massive. Throw their hands up in the air, yeah, we feeling up. All I wanna do is wanna teleport. Throw their hands up in the air, yeah, we feeling up. We'll be feeling, I'm sure we top feeling up.
This is a fucking excellent remix, dude. If you didn't know, guess what? Now you know.
Mind on fire cause I bleed petrol. We let go so the beats can control. Move real slow like I'm sipping scissor. Land of the Oaks teamed up with the Blizzard. Pump for the future, here comes the rooster. Melanin man so always feel super. Duper de la space neck with the cuts. Live from Babylon and double. The girls go nuts, the boys go nuts, but none can touch what the king dreamed up. Your team ringed up, my team too gritty. Writing on walls till we deep all city. We 360, you 45. Now we see who keep the party live. Gon' give it up, cause your boy get come. If you really feel fly, gon' put your hands up. All I wanna do is wanna teleport massive. We'll be feeling, I'm sure we top feeling up. Teleport massive. Teleport massive.
I almost died. I almost died. I see you are talking. Do you need fish in your mouth or meat? Which is it? Are you Episcopalian or you meatitarian? Fuck out of here! Sorry. Meat, he says the meat omnivorous, he says. Well, barbecue chicken, there you go. Barbecue. Barbecue. The barbecue. We should have some rendezvous soon together, shouldn't we? We should have a Memphis rendezvous. I gotta have it flown to me. I gotta have it flown to me. I gotta have it flown to me from Memphis. You look into it. You could have it flown to me. Hey, you wanna see me in Memphis? You make it happen. My name is delicious. It brings back memories. I have to do that soon. Fajitas? Oh my gosh. You know what tonight is? That's how they do it on the cheap ass things on the taquerias when they're saying your name. Like, John, your food is ready. Your tacos ready, John. Tacos ready, John. One, the tacos ready. One, the tacos ready. Oh, I didn't pick another song. Shit. I picked this one. No, I picked this one. I actually had picked this one. I had picked this one already. I forgot. Now I want tacos for real. See what you did? Do you see what you've done? Fresh tomato and corn salsa. You had that tonight? I can't go have tacos. I have to leave here to have tacos unless I have them delivered. They're way too expensive to have them delivered, dude. You know what I mean? I can't have tacos tonight. And I don't want to leave the stream. You know? I'm just chilling. We're chilling. Fuck it. I'm not gonna have tacos tonight. Too expensive to have them delivered. It really is just... I'm not falling like that. I'm a broke boy. I'm a broke boy. I'm a broke boy. Yeah. I'm a broke boy. but I'm also an irresistible force.
I was walking down a long, dark tunnel toward this beautiful light. It was beckoning me, pulling me toward the other side.
I'm fucking pulling through with the bangers right now. These are the fucking bangers of Bass Nectar that aren't like highly publicized. They're silent bangers. These are silent bangers because I'm fucking dedicated. I don't give a shit about the allegations. That's a great song. Want to crucify Lauren Ashton before he's even been prosecuted. They want to crucify him, and he hasn't even been found guilty. So I'm not doing that yet.
I was completely alone.
I just don't see that. I don't see him doing that. Fuck that.
In the darkness.
They say he did some pedo shit. I don't see that. Fuck that. Prove it. Prove it like they did R. Kelly, and then I'll believe it. No? Prove it like they did R. Kelly, dude.
Irresistible force.
I even had front rows to R. Kelly at one point. I didn't go to the show though. Hindsight, I guess. I had 4 front row tickets to that show. I didn't go to it. I had a date and everything. My date was front row security for Red Rocks, actually. A black woman at that, and she was very attractive. I'm just saying, I wouldn't have, and I don't know, whatever. Just sound, however, I wouldn't have invited her had she not been an attractive woman. She was an attractive black woman also. So, but I ended up not going because I couldn't sell the other 2 tickets, and that depressed me. And then there were some other tickets I was trying to sell that night for Red Rocks that I couldn't sell. It wasn't a Red Rock show that he was at. It was God dang it. I can think of the venue now.
Completely alone in the darkness. Except there was this one.
I can't remember. I never actually went to this venue. I had tickets for it. I never went to it. Unless it was a Joe Rogan show, maybe. I might have went to it once. I still can't remember the venue though. Because I can't remember the venue of that Joe Rogan show either. Let's try the same venue. Fucking God dang it. Colorado got too many venues, man. Whatever. But I didn't go to the R. Kelly show. It was front row though. I was trying to sell the seats for $1,000 each though. I didn't realize he had allegations against him all like that at the time though. He might have. I think he did. Maybe he did. Maybe she was still willing to go with me. I wonder how she's doing. Damn, man, I wonder how she's doing, dude. I used to just kick it with her. Front row security, man. It's different now. I didn't mean to play this song, but guess what? I'm not going to. Nope. Silence. Polish sausages in your mouth. You gotta stick the Polish sausages in your mouth if you wanna taste the juices. Wanna taste the juices around. You gotta stick the Polish sausages in your mouth if you wanna taste the juices around. I'm telling you now. Polish sausages are the way.
Damn, that DJ made my day. Working the bass, feeling the high, triggering the mids, hold that drums and sanctified bassline. As we celebrate our youth, our energy, our sexuality, our spirituality. You see, the DJ directs us to a better place. I'm talking about a place where our souls can shine. I'm talking about a place where we can love. A place where we can be free and not be judged. And when I look behind those turntables, I know everything is gonna be okay. Cause damn, that DJ made my day.
Ruby Ocean. You like sauerkraut? Have you tried the pumpernickel rye with the roast beef? With the pastrami? With the pastrami! Gotta try the pumpernickel rye with the pastrami sauerkraut. Oh baby, baby, oh baby, oh baby, so tasty. Ooh, where have you been all my life? Too tangy. Huh? Maybe your taste buds are too sensitive, bitch. Gotta get your taste buds desensitized before you freak out, before you freak out. Try eating lit cigarette butts. That might help.
Damn, that DJ made my day. Working the bass, feeling the high, triggering the mids, hold that drums and sanctified bassline. As we we celebrate our youth, our energy, our sexuality, our spirituality. You see, the DJ directs us to a better place. I'm talking about a place where our souls can shine. Talking about a place where we can love. A place where we can be free and not be judged.
Dang, that was a good remix.
Behind those turntables, I know everything's gonna be okay. Cause damn, that DJ made my day.
That's such a good remix. It made it. I just found that tonight actually. It's from Richard Humpty Vision. It's from over a couple decades ago when I first saw him spin that. And this guy and some nobody actually remixed it better than Humpty Vision. Dude, that was amazing actually. Alright, so let's listen to some Humpty Vision though. It's hard to find. Like, okay, I'll actually put. I can't listen to that on SoundCloud. I mean, on Spotify because I don't have it. I'll have to look it up on YouTube real fast. But this is the original. I'll do the original, and you can see what you think. And oh my gosh, wait a second. No, I don't want to do that. Hold on. No, I don't want to do the whole song. Is this the song? Or play this one?
Drop the beats that'll make you say.
Oh,
Drop
it
the
is
beats
it.
that'll make you say. Drop the beats that'll make you say. That motherfucker made my day. Drop the beats that'll make you say.
So this is where this remix that you just listened to came from. Was this song actually? And Richard Humpty Vision would spin this song. But I'll show you what I'm looking at. I'm gay. Chicago, yeah, Chicago House used to be the shit, dude. Now Chicago's not known for what? What's it known for? Violence? No one goes to Chicago for raves or anything nowadays, do they? But back in the day, Richard Humpty Vision definitely used to hook up with Bad Boy Bill. See, Humpty Vision was West Coast. Bad Boy Bill was, oh, you don't even know about that this yet, probably. The House Connection. You know about the House Connection? No. Bad Boy, huh? The House Connection. Who knows about that? I've seen Bad Boy Bill, dude. Guess where he's... Get Bad Boy Bill, boom. When you look him up, Chicago, boom, right? But when you hook up Bad Boy Bill with Humpty Vision, you're getting both sides. You're getting the House Connection, West Coast and Chicago. That's what that was. I know about weird shit, dude. Probably. I was a raver before fucking raving was cool. I was a raver back when it was actually like looked down on.
just see like one person on like 2 turntables, but when it's four turntables, it's like more exciting because you're just constantly moving.
The ultimate, I can't go for it.
Richard Humpty vision.
Everybody was just screaming.
Bad boy Bill.
He does a lot of scratching.
The music that we play, let it free your mind.
You got your house heads, your breakbeat junkies, your drum and bass purists, hard house people, and all the ravers across America.
This is The Connection.
The House Connection. Connection.
Not everyone understands house music. It's a spiritual thing.
Aquariums are sad, dude. Aquariums are sad. I went to a bass nectar show, okay? I went to a bass nectar. The one I just talked about fist bumping bass nectar at. That one. And everybody there, like the world, I don't know, I think it's the world's biggest aquarium. Is in Atlanta. It might be the country's biggest, but I think it's the world's biggest actually. And all of them met up there. And they were gonna, they did it. They weren't gonna. They actually did. They went inside and they hung out together. I boycotted it. I think that's a word for it. I didn't go in because, like, I had a bunch of mushrooms on me at the time, and I was mushroom, like, centric. I was in that world, and I started feeling bad for all the fucking sea life that was in that aquarium, dude. All of a sudden. I didn't want to go participate in all that and shit. So I didn't. What are we talking about? I'm sorry. I interrupted everything, didn't I? You reminded me of something. You made me flash back to somewhere. Where the fuck was that even? The shed aquarium. Oh, yeah, no. We have to save the shrooms and shit. No, fuck you! No, fuck you, man! You gotta save the animals that are locked up in the prison of the aquarium. Right? This was an album. That was an album. The reason why I don't want to do that because it's YouTube, and for one, I have to do all that. Now it can't be full screen, and you can't see the songs playing. If your pockets leak, you just gotta stop putting split piece soup in them, man, bro. Stop putting juicy shit in your pockets. That's tip number 1 from the doeshow. Stop putting juicy shit in your pockets. You don't want to put juicy shit in your pockets.
Even more than I love you, I might. When you're sick and hurting, and when you're celebrating your night. I'm an ocean away, I'm a time zone and 2 plane flights. Do I love what I do? Even more than I love you, I might. Will you sacrifice for me? Sacrifice for you. I won't be the one to let you go, but I'm not giving you anything to hold on to. I miss you and I'm sorry you've become my number 2. Will you
I have more whiskey, but not much. Very little left. Not even a quarter of a shot. Not even a quarter of a shot, y'all. What does that mean? Should I stop drinking? Makes me a better person, though. Is it weed time? I don't have any weed in here. It's empty. Wait, is it not empty? Let's go. Let's go! I didn't know it was empty. I'm not fucked up right now. I'm forgetting where I'm at. I'm forgetting where I'm at. Love you guys, man. I'm an idiot, though. You know I'm an idiot. That's why you're here, right?
Will you sacrifice for me if I don't sacrifice for you? I won't be the one to let you go, but I'm not giving you anything to hold on to. I miss you and I'm sorry you've become my number 2.
Let's go. Alright.
Will you sacrifice for me if I won't sacrifice for you?
Mimosa crumb over corn of mints. Cheers. This is what I don't know what this is. Chauffeur number 1, tier 2. Boom. This next artist is coming out from Australia, by the way. If you're Australian, Lou Sassol, where you at, baby? Flume made it big in 2015 and 16. Now no one knows who he is. Here he is for you. Your listening pleasure. This is an older song.
What I would do to take away this fear of being loved, allegiance to the pain. Now I fucked up and I'm missing you. I'll never be like you. I would give anything to change this fickle-minded heart that loves fake shiny things. Now I fucked up and I'm missing you. I'll never be like you. I'm only human, can't you see? I made a mistake. Please just look me in my face. Tell me everything's okay, 'cause I got it. Ooh, I'll never be like you. I'm only human, can't you see? I made a mistake. Please just look me in my face. Tell me everything's okay, 'cause I got it. Ooh, I'll never be like you. How do I make you wanna stay? Hate sleeping on my own, missing the way you taste. Now I'm fucked up and I'm missing you. I'll never be like you. Stop looking at me with those eyes, like I could disappear and you wouldn't care why. Now I'm fucked up and I'm missing you. I'll never be like you.
God damn it. Thank y'all for being here. You are amazing. I'm nobody. You're somebody. I'm really nobody. Really. You being here makes me somebody. Maybe. Eventually.
I'm falling on my knees, forgive me, I'm a fucking fool.
Jesus.
I'm begging, darling, please absolve me of my sins, won't you? Oh, I'm falling on my knees, forgive me, I'm a fucking fool.
Ruby, you can get away from it. Come on, California. Come on, bro. Go kids, right?
Please just look me in my face. Tell me everything's okay, 'cause I got it. Ooh, I'll never be like you. I'm only human, can't you see? I made a mistake. Please just look me in my face. Tell me everything's okay, 'cause I got it. Ooh, I'll never be like you.
I had to go with something popular for the next song. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Cake is the best pep talks, really? Hey, Telluride! Dude, what the fuck? What are the chances? It's just, what are the chances that this is who I was gonna play next? And you bring up Telluride. It was meant to be, man. It was fucking meant to be with the next song. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Pretty Lights just used to have an annual event in Telluride. Does he not still do it? Being from Fort Collins, he was not far from there originally. That's cool, but now you do. I've seen him a few times. Hopefully he's doing alright, man. You got a little heroin addiction going on. Heroin. You got a little heroin addiction going on. Addiction going on, going on, going on. Hope he's doing alright. Hope he's doing alright. Hope he's doing alright. I haven't been, dude. I haven't been actually. No, I haven't. No. If you're talking to me, no. Thought about going. Denver was still kind of far from Telluride, dude. I think there was one show that I was thinking about going to out there, but I didn't for whatever reason. I think it was this one actually, his show that was happening, but think I lived here though at the time. I can't remember, dude. It was complicated. I wish I was that stone. What stone? I wish I was that stone. Man, y'all's conversations are not meant to come into my brain. Brain. Alright. I'm just gonna wait for an at symbol next to mine. Otherwise, you're not talking to me. Fuck it. That's how I used to do it. If it does say at me, it's not me. It's y'all talking to each other. No one's talking to me. No one's talking to me. Genofast is lurking. Are you playing with yourself? Are you playing with yourself now? I need a vocal code. I don't want to say anything in chat. Leave me alone. You can't make me. Can you prove that? Can you prove you were the first groupie? I don't know, dude. Hold up. Oh my god, what was her name? No man, no. I don't remember her name, but I remember she existed. Oh, I'll find her. Yep, Rita's Juicy World. Rita's Juicy. Y'all remember her? She was before your time. Fuck out of here. She was the first groupie. She's doing alright. I should message her actually. Yeah, I messaged her. What's she doing? My first groupie was Rita. My first groupie was Rita. Rita. Look at this. Look at this. 2020. She's showing me her cleavage. Showing me her cleavage on it. Discord, you see it right there. You see Rita's Juicy. You see the dates, you see the times, you see the cleavage, you see the message, you see it's real now. Fuck you! I don't lie, I say the truth. Get the fuck out of my face now. Whatever. Dude, Rita was first. Shut up. Rita was first. Rita was first. I'm buying me drunk. You good? Meat! Where's Genofast at? We're gonna have to eat when he was outer. How do you meet now? Spicy. How do you meet stat? How do you meet stat? It's an emergency meat situation. You know. It's an emergency meat situation.
Fear of the dark. I have a constant fear that something's always near. Fear of the dark. Fear of the dark.
Emergency meat situation, dude.
Phobia that someone's always there.
Genofast!
Have you run your fingers down the wall and have you felt your next game call when you're searching for the lead? Sometimes when you're scared to take a look.
This is delicious. It's got a little spice to it. I want 2 of them. I bet a lot of people can relate to this song. kind of hot, dude. Whew, kind of hot. What other snacks? Man, these are hot, dude. This one's hot. It does say spicy. Woo! I'm sweating a little bit. Oh, this is the habanero one. You see how much effort the band used to put into stuff in the 80s? Do they do that now? This new band suck, right? Maybe. No, I don't listen to music, I don't know. Which Jane's Addiction song? Jane says, just because, been called stealing, mountain song, stop, irresistible force, true nature, summertime rolls, ocean size, or Jane says. Which one? Pick now. Well, there's actually only 9 there. Jane says was twice. No, that was twice. That's the, okay, there's one for Jane says. Huh? One for Jane says. Just because, been caught stealing, mountain song, stop, irresistible force, true nature, summertime rolls, ocean size are the other choices. Otherwise, it's gonna be Jane says. Oh, you motherfucker, Ted. Now there has to be 3 other songs. That's not gonna happen now. Alright, so should it be the live version or the radio version? You have 40 seconds. 40 seconds. Radio or live? One for live, 2 for live. Alright. Done. 10 seconds. Three for live.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We have to get another beat stick. Hold up the sewer. I'm grabbing a random. What do you think it is? Beef jerky, habanero. Oh, perfect. Too spicy, Gino. Bro. Gosh, my mouse is fucking up. Habanero Escobar. Awesome. Courtesy of GenoFast. What does this say? Habanero heat. It's got the habanero heat. Alright. We're learning together. How hot is it? We're gonna get out of here. Dude, you're gonna have me addicted to this jerky. I'm gonna start buying just them probably. I can see this happening. You work for them. Oh, it's open. Woo! Fluff it up, fluff it up, fluff it up, fluff it up. Oh. Got it. You know what I'm saying? Whoa, whoa, doggy. Whoa. It's a thick boy. Right there. That's a thick boy. What is that? Get off me. That didn't happen. I found it. That's so good. It was right there. Oh. There's a little more of it. Oh, this is so good too. There you go. The pepper neutralizes it. No bacteria can survive that pepper. Proud Soul's here. Did y'all know Proud Soul's here, dude? Proud Soul, are you drinking too? Because I'm drunk as shit right now. And I'm eating jerky with the people. GenoFast made it possible. This jerky here is like for rich people or something, I think, actually. I'm eating rich people jerky, dude. I'm gonna pick another song soon. I couldn't break it. I'm sorry. You know what? We're just going with something silly. I'm sorry. I do feel the spice. Yeah, with the big piece, like, whoa. I definitely feel the spice right now. Holy shit. Oh, this one's a little spicy. I like it. I might not have picked a good song for the next one. I'm not a smart man, but I know what love is. You're my Jimmy. You don't have AIDS though, okay? We don't have AIDS. We're still good. Is this a bad next song? Forget about it.
Brass monkey, that funky monkey. Brass monkey, chunky, that funky monkey. Brass monkey, that's more than real. Drink brass monkey, here's how you feel. You put your left leg down.
God dang, this fucking jerky is hot right here. It hurt me. This is fucking painful, actually. Oh, I need more water.
Brass monkey, that funky monkey. Brass monkey, chunky, that funky monkey. Brass. When it's time to get ill, boy, on my face. Come on, y'all, it's time to get nice. Cool. The lock is getting kind of funky. Me and the crew are drinking brass monkey. This girl, boy, she gave me the eye. Reached in the locker, grabbed a Spanish fly. I put it in the monkey, mixed it in a cup, went over to the girl. Yo, baby, what's up? Brass monkey, that funky monkey. Brass monkey, chunky, that funky monkey. Step up to the bar and put the girl down. Stakes a big gold man, slaps it around. You take a step, you can do it. You get right to it. We had a case in the place. Well, we went right through it. You got a John Martini, you're thinking it cool. Taking place at the bar, smack you off your stool. Put a dog in a single girl. And if you got beef, you get beat to a pole.
She doesn't make me sweat.
If you don't bum a record, I got my head band. I think it. I see it. I be it. I love brass monkey, but I don't give the yank. We got the bottle, you got the cup. Come on, everybody, let's get brass monkey. That funky monkey. Brass monkey, chunky. That funky monkey.
Alcohol. Do they all have alcohol in them? What's up with that?
Brass monkey, chunky.
I'm getting drunk off jerky. Good old right.
8 ball will come out hard with the gangster lean. Gold smile for the women that be jocking the green. I'm a pimpster, not a trick on a stroll. You gotta pimp that thing and keep a trick on hold. Stay on top of the world with a gun in your hand. Take control of a woman and fear no man. It'd be hard for me to see a day without cash.
You weren't expecting that one, were you? Quickness.
Because the pimp don't play. I gotta work on my game and think of ways to get paid. Born in the mound, down
I'm deep in the south. I've lived in the mound. Orange Mound, that is. What you know about that?
Fall up in the club with the pimps the tone. Got a tech in my pants, you stepped to me in the zone. Got a family in Memphis, got a gang in Texas. G-Money in the Jag and JB in the Lexus. Flex this, pimp type mind in the studio. Or I'm coming out
hard. The name of the first rave I ever went to was called Coming Out Hard. This was the first album I ever had for rap music. Coming Out Hard, actually. This one.
MJG, description of brother, and one who tends to always keep his business undercover. But still I wind up in the middle of a clique. Some I heard, he heard, she heard. Should I continue to listen to the rumors, the garbage? Trick I ain't born this
classic. I need more water, bro.
Swing trick, you miss, I hit, tumble into the speaker. Now you're feeling weaker. Man, don't step when you think you got back up. Looking for some help, but your boys just slacked up. Pumped out, got back, laid low, heading to the front door, sneaking out real slow. How you feel now? What's wrong? What's the matter? Mama never told you not to play with those rappers. MJG got loose in the 9 deuce, but for the 9 straight up pimps don't play. Wait, I'ma stay true. Some of y'all gon' trait. Some of y'all I'ma like, some of y'all I'ma hate, but see I'm in it to win. Not in it for a part, and it's considered a job for me to come out damn
hard. You don't like the album? You don't like it?
Coming out.
You don't like it? That was alright.
Coming out. I gotta come out hard as hell, just like the life I lead. Cool, feed on the next brother greed. Jay Smooth cutting up, Lil Hank getting bucked, Killer Beat shooting up suckers with no guts. I'm scoping big butts, looking for the payoff. Living like a pimpster, taking every day off. Riding through the hood with my homies getting smoked out. Fall up in the mall on a whole stroke loped out. Cool, calm, and collective, coming out hard. MJG, count it down. 1, 2, 3 points I gotta get across. 1, don't 2, make me 3 go. All suckers get stuck up in the
Winter Wonderland? Nice. That's cool we remember it, right? Isn't that wild? Wonderland. That was fun.
Right up on the shelf where I know that I can reach it. My mind is a weapon cause I'm smart from the start. MJG, pimp, coming out hard. Coming out
The guy street skating. I was running out. Alright, man. Yo. You wanna know what a pimp is? This song is. Psst. Hey, psst, get the fuck out of the trash, asshole! Psst. Fuck you. You wanna know? Here it is. Fuck you. No. Don't be digging in the trash, Simon.
Oh yeah. 8Ball and MJG in the motherfucking house. And we came here today to talk to you about this thing called pimping. It has been misunderstood over the years. So now we have come to set the record straight. Niggas don't do this shit right. It takes a special kind of nigga. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It takes a nigga that's hard from the start. It's gotta take hard to meet a bitch, smack her down, then rip her apart. It's all in the game. Woo. A nigga can't change if you don't break a bitch, then your game is lame, man. See, I'm from Tennessee with curls and gold teeth. So everywhere I go, bitches strike up conversations with me about the way I talk, about the way I dress, about how my gold teeth was so fresh. See how I bait them in soon as a nigga speak. That deep voice just make a bitch knees weak. I'm in my Cadillac, chilling like a fat Mac, smoking on a fat sack, drinking on a pint of yak. I pick up my car phone, cause a freak beat. It's my nigga baby mama, but sometimes I creep. That's just the way it is. Niggas have to take a chance when you ain't around. Anybody could be in that ass. But I'm just a young nigga trying to make a dollar. And the way I live, to some it's hard to swallow. See, living down south ain't what you think it be. 9 times out of 10 niggas like me, pimps. Yeah, that's right. We trying to teach.
This is still from that same album, my first rap album when I was a kid. I traded it. I had an electronic, I had an EDM album that I traded for this dude. This is a great album. This is one of the greatest rap albums of all time.
A nigga about the M-O-N-E-Y. See a hoe, break a hoe, and try to influence the bitch to turn a trick for the nigga who persuaded her to sell ass like hoes supposed to. Now how the fuck you think a pimp is slipping? Surrounded by all these hoes that's going and giving me money. It's funny how a hoe can make you think she with ya when all the time she's just another nigga's gon' get her. MJG got a bitch for a rich trick. Take care of your business, bring me the money, yeah, this shit is thick. Ho, don't violate, bitch, you know I taught you better. Take all his cash, bab on his ass, write that trick a love letter. Train your woman to break a man, man meaning another nigga. Just some shit in the game, same old same to make your pimpin' thicker. Slicker the pimpin' gets, freakier gets the bitch. MJG is rich, I'm cuckoo for these tricks. I pimp.
Too short? I can't get down with too short like that. I don't know, man.
We need to set that ass out.
It's this high-pitched voice, bro.
Let's fire one of these clips and get so.
When you're from the south, dude, we need like a low-pitched voice, dude.
Oh shit.
From the south, man.
Part 2, it's all the same, G. Trying to school fools on this PIMP. Lesson 1, first you should pull a bitch, fuck a good. Next time, tell her no, the next time, take a dope. Oh, you better watch your back too, man. Cause there's a lot of bitches in the world with much game. Lesson 2, watch that hoe, don't trust her with
Like,
none
this
of
is
your dope.
8-Ball.
Never let a
MJG's
bitch
got a
know
better
how you
voice for
make
me
your
than
cash
8-Ball.
flow. Lesson 3, if you don't tell that hoe who is boss, bitches like to run shit but end up getting smacked in the mouth. See a real nigga believe in beating them hoes down. Push your head into the wall till you hear that cracking sound. Drown in the tub.
I don't know about all that.
Some niggas get
I'm just
pussy
making
whooped
noises
and
now.
fall into a love
Oh no, I'm in trouble. Better eat more meat. That's the only way to get out of trouble. Oh god dang, it's the Bourbon Franklin.
I don't understand your plan at all, man. But
Oh, it might be too good for me. It might be too good for me, dude.
Yeah, man, these niggas a trip, you know what I'm saying? But niggas like me, I had to smoke them spliffs to get my mind off that
Pimp
shit.
C?
And when I
Who's
smoke
Pimp C?
I get so high. Wherever there is a hoe, that's bound to be a pimp. The pimp supplies his bitches with some tricks that they can tempt. A sucker will spend his money till he ain't got nothing left. Instead of blaming the bitch, he needs to blame it on himself. It wouldn't be a hoe if it wasn't for the tricks. But I suggest we keep him so a pimp can keep his bitch. It need to be understood there wouldn't be one without the other. So why the fuck these folks keep trying to sweat a motherfucker?
Jealous sucker just mad.
They can't hang with the pimp thing. Looking to sprinkle some salt in the pimp's game. How in the fuck do you figure that pimpin' is dead when niggas you know it's a lie? Pimpin' is misunderstood by those who can't, that's why they said it died. Others try pimpin', but
This is old, dude. Like, shit's so whack nowadays. This is from 1993. 1993, dude. 1993! 1993! This is 30 years old.
Stand down on this.
You fucking idiot.
But some niggas
Fuck it.
sit up for real niggas and that shit just makes
Fucking-
me get so Oh yeah, I get so fucking
Shit music exists nowadays. The bourbon one? Oh. Of course it's gonna be delicious. Each one of these is delicious. Oh, cloveness to it. Oh, cloveness. Huh? Pimp C. I don't know if Pimp C is. I'm not sure about Pimp C. I don't even know what I clicked for the next song. I didn't even click this. I didn't click that. I was gonna click, but I didn't click anything. The flavors in this one? Pretty good. Pimp C.
fucking bitches by the pimp named C. I ain't paying for the pussy and my dick ain't free. If you wanna ride Benz and sit on the leather, then you gon' have to break some tricks and get your paper together. Buying bitches in the club and they're popping that thing. Take it off, bitch, bend over, let it hang. They showing us the pussy cause they know I'm rich. Whole asking for some money's in my pocket.
This is a banger though, right here.
In my pocket, you bitch. In my pocket, you bitch. In my pocket, you bitch. In my pocket. I know you looking for them dollars, but you better keep on looking. Cause I ain't giving no bread if you ain't giving no pussy. Got a pocket full of dollars, I'm flashing for you haters.
Dude, this jerky is gourmet as shit.
When my dick suck, my click suck, I want the whole wop. Might be local for a minute, but I'm strolling to the top. And if you a bad bitch, you could get some cash quick. But if you not, you might as well let me beat it up until it 5. Yeah. In my pocket, you bitch. In my pocket, you bitch. In my pocket, you bitch. In my pocket, you bitch.
Say keep away from my billfold. A move like that is real bold, but Bun beat is still cold. Jumping up in trio mode. Bros wanna meditate. Players like me hesitate. I'm talking about zero, she trying to talk up a better rate. We don't go for none of that, none of that. We the quarterbacks and y'all gon' be the running backs. That's the game we running, rat. Still ever so stunning, stacking paper on the block. It ain't no thing. I got that change for bitches staying in my pocket.
Exercise, bro.
In my pocket, you bitch. In my pocket, you bitch. In my pocket, you bitch. In my pocket. I see you looking for them dollars cause you see my gold chains. I be fucking supermodel so I know you hoes game. And niggas they be hating since I got some money. Is that your cell phone in your pocket? Fuck no, that's them honeys. Popped up in bundles, go to clubs with my thugs, we be acting. Only got 2 slugs cause I done say the rest for platinum. And now I'm down in Texas with Pimp C, I'm stacking green. If you want some bread, bitch, you best be in a magazine. It's in my fucking pocket, nigga. In my pocket, you bitch. 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 In my pocket, you bitch.
I got diamonds and gold and I ain't looking these hoes. I got a 2000 Cadillac on them swingers and bows. We got the chronic, the lean, so man, let's pull up a foe. We're picking up 20,000 bitch when we come to a show. We're blowing big ass whistles, so nigga fuck out the mode. I like a bitch to get freaky and suck my dick on the floor. You bitches say that your body, I ain't believing that shit. You wanna know where my dollars at in my pocket, you bitch.
In my pocket, you bitch. In my pocket, you bitch. In my pocket, you bitch. In my pocket, you bitch. In my pocket, you bitch. In my pocket, you bitch. In my pocket, you bitch. In my pocket, you bitch.
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left. Cause I've been blasting and laughing so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. But I ain't never crossed a man that didn't deserve it. Me be treated like a punk, you know that's unheard of. You better watch how you're talking and where you're walking, or you and your homies might be lined and sharp. I really hate the trip, but I got a low. As they croak, I see myself in the pistol smoke. Oh, I'm the kind of cheater little homies wanna be like on my knees in the night, saying prayers in the street light.
Been spending the most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. We spend most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. The kids spend the most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. The kids spend the most of our lives living in the gangster's paradise. Tell me why are we so blind to see not the ones we love? Are you and me? Tell me why are we so blind
Gino Fast hooked it up. I got so much meat. Gino Fast hooked it up with the meat in my mouth. The meat in my mouth.
Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of
bourbon. Wow.
Killing in the name of. Now you do what they told you. Now you do what they told you. Now you do what they told you.
Bourbon.
Now you do what they told you.
There's bourbon on the ingredients, dude.
What they told you.
That's pretty cool. It tastes kind of spicy, like cinnamony.
And now you do what they told you. 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 Those who died are justified for wearing the badge and your chosen white. You're justified. Those that died for wearing the badge and your chosen white. Those who died are justified for wearing the badge and your chosen white. You're justified. Those who died for wearing the badge and your chosen white. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Killing in the name of. Killing in the name of. Now you do what they told you. 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 Now you're under control. Now you do what they told you. Now you're under control. Now you do what they told you. Now you're under control. And now you do what they told you. Now you're under control. And now you do what they told you. Now you're under control. And now you do what they told you. Now you're under control. And now you do what they told you. Now you're under control. And now you do what they told you. Those who died are justified for wearing your badge and your chosen white. You're justified. Those that died for wearing the badge and your chosen white.
I'm gonna mind fuck with the next one, I think, hopefully. That will be so different. It'll be so different. Well, I'll have a backup in case I'm wrong. One minute. Good luck, Charles. I'm getting drunk off the jerky. Bourbon. I'm digging the flavor. It's got a trippy flavor to it. This one, it's almost like a dried fruit.
Now maybe did I mean to treat you bad, but I did it anyway.
Remember the song?
And then maybe some would say your life was sad, but but you lived it anyway. And so maybe your friends that stand around you watch you crumble as you fall down to the ground. And then someday your friends that stand beside you were flying. Oh, you were flying up so high. But then someday people look at you, they're what they call their own, they watch you suffer. Yeah, here you're going home. And then someday we could take our time to brush the leaves aside so you can't reach us.
Bro, I'm addicted to jerky.
Couldn't share the pain and watch you suffer. Now maybe I could have made my own mistakes, but I live with what I've known. And then maybe we might share in something great. Won't you look at where we've grown? Won't you look at where we've grown? And then someday comes tomorrow holds a sense of what I feel for you in my mind. As you trip the final line, and that cold day when you lost control. Shame you left my life so soon, you should have told me. Hey, but you left me far behind. Now maybe I didn't mean to treat you so bad. Oh, but I did anyway. Now maybe some say you left with what you had. Oh, but you couldn't share the pain. No, no, no.
I do Simon Snacks. Back it goes. Oh my god, I got fucking bamboozled right now. Hold on. Let's go. I figure why not? Go all in. them bones. I feel so alone. Gonna end up a big old pile of them bones. Dude, is this Envy? God damn it! You aren't ready for this. You might want to go away. This isn't the right song. Oh, it's playing them in. Was this the right order? Like this was an alternative song I put in case something went wrong. But fuck it. We'll play it. We'll play it too. Fuck it. God dang it! It wasn't supposed to be this, but fuck it. It's okay. I remember this song. It was a backup. Here we go. We'll push it forward. Oh, we lost the fucking listener. That means we gotta pass to the one I actually wanted. This is a song I wanted to play right now. Of course it is! Listen to it, it's fucking badass. Woo! When and you just wait, Henry Rollins is gonna be here later. Give it 2 minutes.
Passion is broken now. Will zero bit now. Desire is broken now. It makes me feel I'm like on my knees and burning this.
I've been listening to Tool since this album. I was a kid, man. 1993.
It makes me
I've been a fan of Tool since this album. Shit adds up. Shit adds up at the bottom. Bruh. I started listening to it after what? Ruby? After what? After that. I don't know what the that is. What is the that? What is the that? What, 93? It helped to have older siblings. Left the tape. There he is. There's old Henry. I must first survive myself.
I can sink no further, and I cannot forgive you.
96, 95. Oh, you were okay. I see.
No choice but to confront you.
Yeah.
To engage
It helped to
you.
have older siblings. Honestly, they left the tape, dude. They left it, and I was like, I wasn't even meant to be listening to that type of shit at that age.
Use my mistakes against you.
My only choice. Because this was on that. This is that album, dude. I had this album at 13, 14 years old, and I was listening to it constantly throughout those.
Naked and fearless.
Man, my feelings naked. May the power of Grayskull be inside of your. Whoa, almost fell over. Did you see that? Shut up. Yes, he doesn't. Maybe I should sit down. Nah. down to 7. We're down to 7. We're down to a graveyard ship crew. You know what I'm saying? We're getting intimate. We're getting intimate. I gotta sit down from my anus. My anus for my anus. This is the first album I bought on CD.
She has me like a Pisces when I am weak. I've been locked inside your heart-shaped box for weeks. I've been drawn into your magnet trap. I wish I could eat your cancer when you turn back. Hey, wait, I gotta go away forever and
See a priceless advice.
Eating orchids, forgive no one just yet. Cut myself on angel hair and baby's breath. Broken habit of your highness, I'm left black.
This was before Kurt Cobain was dead, by the way. If you didn't know. It's the first CD I ever bought, man. Not the first album. The first album I ever bought was different. This is the first CD though. I remember specifically In Utero, Nirvana. Cat's Music, Memphis. Bruh. Bruh, 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 bruh.
She has me like a Pisces when I am weak. I've been locked inside your heart-shaped box for weeks. I've been drawn
forward yesterday.
Makes me wanna stay.
What? Why are my viewers leaving
It's
though?
real. Makes me wanna steal.
I'm gonna steal something in a minute.
Under house. Guess I'm living. I'm a mouse. All I got is time. Got no meaning, just a rhyme. Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause it likes to heal. Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause I like to steal. Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause it likes to heal. I like to steal. I'm half the man I used to be. Well, I'm half the man I used to be. Well, I'm half the man I used to be. Well, I'm half the man I used to be. Half the man I used to be. Feeling uninspired, think I'll start a fire. Everybody run, Bobby's got a gun. Think you're kinda neat, then she tells me I'm a creep. Friends don't mean a thing.
Dry lips.
Guess I'll leave it up to me.
Must fix my dry lips.
Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause it likes to heal.
I'm scared.
Take time with a wounded
I'm scared to fix my dry lips. I'll fix them. I'll fix my dry lips. 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 That's better. Hey, when you're right-handed, does this mean you're gonna lose money or get money? My right palm just started itching. And my right nostril. I must snore something too. That's awesome.
Take time with a wounded hand, 'cause it likes to heal. Take time with a wounded hand, guess I like to steal. Take time with a
It still
wounded hand,
itches, bro.
'cause it likes
The
to heal.
fuck?
I like to steal. I'm
Fuck, spend money out the ass, probably. I'm going with something super basic on the next song. We're going basic because my hand is so itchy. I might switch it up last second though.
Half the man I used to be.
all good. It's red and itchy. Right hand. What does that mean? Does that mean something? So itchy. Am I gonna be famous or broke as shit? Which is it?
Of mountain tops, with him on top, lemon yellow sun, arms raised in a beam, and the dead lay in pools of maroon below. Daddy didn't give attention, to the fact that mommy didn't care.
This is actually about a school shooter though, so a little bit.
Clearly I remember picking on the boy, seemed a harmless little boy. But we unleashed the lion, gnashed his teeth and bit the recessed lady's breast. How could I forget? And he hit me with the surprise left. My jaw left hurting, dropped wide open, just like the day, oh, like the day I heard. Daddy didn't give affection, no, and the boy was something that mommy wouldn't wear. King tell me the wicked, old is the world, tell me spoken,
And then it's like, bro, hold on. I guess that doesn't work. It's too quiet. It's not loud enough for the people. For the people.
starting to piss me off, lady.
It's a mystery to me. We have agreed with which we have agreed. And you think you have to want more than you need. Until you have it all, you won't be free. Society, you're a crazy breed. I hope you're not lonely without me. When you want more than you have, you think you need. And when you think more than you want, your thoughts begin to bleed. I think I need to find a bigger place. 'Cause when you have more than you think, you need more space. Society, you're a crazy breed. I hope you're not lonely without me. Society, crazy indeed. I hope you're not lonely without me.
Better the soundboard, I don't know. I don't know, bro. Better. I know they had a band. Oh, is that it? Temple of the Dog?
There's those thinking more or less, less is more. But if less is more, how you keeping score? It means for every point you make, your level drops. Kinda like you're starting from the top, and you can't do that. Society, you're a crazy breed. I hope you're not lonely without me. Society, crazy indeed. I hope you're not lonely without me. Society, have mercy on me. I hope you're not angry if I disagree. Society, crazy indeed. I hope you're not lonely without me.
You haven't heard you haven't seen the movie that this music's from? It's called Into the Wild. You should probably. It's a pretty cool movie. It's a true story about a dude that ends up. Well, I'm not gonna give it away, but it's a wild movie. It's called Into the Wild, so of course it's a wild movie, right? Go fucking watch it. Stop being a weirdo. I liked it so much that I listened to this album a lot, actually. Their entire album for the motion picture is Eddie Vedder. All 16 tracks are Eddie Vedder. That's how cool the movie is.
Worship from above. When I climbed down to be set free, she took me in again. There's a bee
Yeah, he just fucked up, man. He ate the wrong herb. He ate the wrong. Man, it's so easy to do that, dude. Like, fuck, man. That dude was badass. He just ate the wrong shit. God. It gets hard out there, dude. It gets fucking crazy out there when you're by yourself and you ain't eating no food. I'm so hungry. He was an adventurer, though. Damn, that movie came out in 2007 now, so it's like, that's almost 20 years old. That's wild, man. 15 years. Whoa, well, you know what's older? This. $1982, baby. Where were you at? Don't make me eat sardines, asshole. I'll do it right now. I'll do it right now, fucking Ted. You want me to? I'll do it right now. Is Ted here? Is Ted here? I'll fucking... Fuck it! Where's Ted? Don't make me get fatter. I'll do it right now. I'll fucking do it, dude. I'll figure it out. I'll find a way. Is there something I can eat? Oh, I got candy bars up here. I found a way. Oh, my heart hurt. It's okay. I'm skinny. Alright. Crunch or Butterfinger? Which one is it, y'all? Crunch or Butterfinger? First one they answer is the winner of the candy bar challenge. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, Crunch was first. Gotta go with the Crunch. Crunch was first. I don't have Snickers, man. I'm getting the diabetes. Oh my gosh, it's been on top of my equipment over here, so it's all kind of like hot. It's a little melty. Amazing. Oh, that's delicious. Pink is always on there with the sugar stopping.
Hey little sister, what have you done? Hey little sister, who's
You notice that? Pink, have some with me. Pink, what kind of candy bar are you having?
I've been away for so long. I let you go for so long. It's a nice day to start again.
Pink, are you having one with me?
Hey,
Wait, what is this?
All right, never mind. I'll talk to you guys later. I just wanted to catch those guys before they got off, but it didn't work out.
No, I got it. I told it.
You guys have a good night.
You did good. You did a good job, JJ.
Yeah,
Love
we
you guys.
appreciate it, JJ.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm just going to go to sleep. I just want to run on and try to catch those guys before they got off, but it didn't work out.
Hey, Jay, before you get off, I just want to apologize to you publicly. I know I did it privately in text. I'm sorry that I got the facts wrong on that. You know, and I'm glad you cleared it up. You know, that was my understanding and my misunderstanding, so I apologize.
No big deal. My actions down there seemed like I was drunk all the time, but I really wasn't. I just made crazy decisions because I had no sleep, overworked, and I had to deal with a troll army who came at me in full force at the beginning of my streaming. So, you know, we were going through a lot of difficult stuff at the same time, you know, and trying to figure out how to live off foot in a fucking parking lot for 4 months. So, and you can understand how I may have come off a little off back in the day, but that was me out of character, and I apologize. And like Mona said, I'm trying to move forward. I'm trying to get everybody else to move forward so we can actually work on something besides the past and try to make a better future. And that's really what it's all about. And it's not about me or Ags or the fucking camera. What it's about is getting exposure for East Palestine, because nobody wants to come in there and fucking do any kind of camera work or tell any story on it. And it's embarrassing.
They're the saviors of Palestine.
If it happens in another state, they're going to be left alone.
Mute Tennessee.
So, I don't know. I'm just trying to get the word out.
Are
just
they
like
the
Alex,
saviors, dude?
and just like Dom, and just like Scoop.
If it's weren't for
Everybody's
them,
just trying to get the word out and spread this news that there is help coming, and it's not the government, because it took too goddamn long to get involved.
This
So
is
the American
ridiculous,
people
dude.
stepped up, and the American
They're
people
trying
should
to
get the
use these
credit for
people.
what happened, because without them and their donations and their support, we wouldn't be able to go bring anything up to these people. So I'm appreciative. and
They're
grateful
trying to
for all
use the
thank
people
yous,
of
and
the
I've been
city
really- people have been
for their
throwing
calls
smoke up my ass for the
eventually
last 2
next
days,
year.
and I love it, and it's great. It's
I
nice
see
to
it.
feel like that, but I really wish you guys could get that. You know what
But
I'm saying?
Jay-
I wish people
They're
at
hoping
home
they're
could get that,
watching them
because
right now.
I'm not doing it for that. I'm not doing it for that, and it's kind of a weird feeling because my heart is in this, and I refuse to give up on it and let anybody destroy it. So if you want to come in and fuck with it, then come fuck with me first. If you got a problem with the group, no one's telling you to stay away. You can
I
come
got a
down here and
problem with
express your
Jersey,
feelings right up to my face.
No, you're
And
too
we can
far,
have a
dude. That's a long
conversation, man to
drive.
man, woman to man, whatever you want to do.
Okay, now
I'm
I
not
guess
gonna
I should
threaten
go with
you,
the
I'm not gonna be
Butterfinger,
violent. I'll
dude.
sit there
Is
and
that
listen
number
to
2?
you,
Is that the number 2
grievances
candy
and your
bar?
problems, and when it comes down to it, we can disagree. And we can agree to disagree. But it doesn't give
losing my-
anybody the right
I'm losing my
to
really-
come up in our backyard and try to tear it down for doing something good. And that's
I don't have any Snickers, dude.
who and what and all that. I'm not trying to get into the troll war, streamer wars, or none of that.
I
But let
do
you
have a
guys know
Roots in there. I only have...
that, you know, the group has put me in charge of media, so when it comes down to it, you know,
I do
I
have
would
a
appreciate
Roots.
everybody to turn their camera on. And like I just said, no one was
We gotta go with the
disappointed
Roots
of
then.
what happened in all the cameras, because they need the exposure. They need the people to see what's going on in the rest of the country, and that's
Ted
not going
knows
to
I
happen
need the
when we
protein,
turn our
probably.
cameras off like the news does.
Peanuts.
The news shows like one box getting passed out. They didn't show everything happening. They didn't show the people lined up all the way down the fucking main street waiting to get deliveries. Like, they didn't understand. They didn't feel like we felt because they weren't there. So we were trying to express what we felt through our eyes and our camera the way you're supposed to, in a good light. Not tear it down and try to destroy it. And I'm just getting sick of people doing that, man. Just because you're unhappy
Somebody
with your
needs
own
to
life,
process this sugar
don't try
pink.
to make everybody else unhappy with you. And if that's
Hey,
the
Jay-
kind of thing that you're going to do, then stay away
gonna
from
throw
it.
it away?
Stay away from this movement. You're going to be an infection to it. You're going to be a cancer.
It's gotta be
And we're trying to
processed.
get rid of that shit in this country. So,
Hey-
I mean, I'll let you go ahead. I'm sorry, I rant, bro.
You're fine, man. Hey, don't sell yourself short. I mean, you know, I appreciate that you're trying to be humble here and stuff, but all the streamers, you guys all brought the attention to the problem. You guys all put the legwork in and sat here and said, "Hey, we want to go help these people in Ohio. Do you, my viewers, want to help me with the mission that I want to accomplish?" So you be honored in that in what you did, because you brought light to a situation and you went out there and you talked to your viewers and you said, "Hey, I need help. Can you help me help these people?"
Man.
Like, yeah,
I love you, bro.
I love you too, man, and I appreciate it. And like the same thing though, you know, before this whole thing, before East Palestine, my whole goal with Jen was to not get an apartment, to buy a camper, and to travel around the country helping people. I don't know if you guys been watching the last month or two, but I literally built an entire system to be on the road 24/7, and I was going to bring my tools and like go to people's houses. Like I was going to start off with all my subscribers who've been helping me through that TPC thing. I was going to stop at their houses and work on their houses because they earned it. They helped me. They supported me, and I feel like I fucking owe them. And like they keep telling me you don't have to do that, and I keep telling them I'm coming to Virginia Beach, I'm coming to freaking Maryland, I'm coming here.
That TPC
and they're like, you don't have
thing.
to. And I know I don't have to, but I'm not doing it because I have to. I'm not doing any of this because I have to. I'm doing it because I want to, and that's how everybody should do it. And if you're in it to get the money and you're in it to get the fame, I'm in the wrong fucking business because I only have 6,700 subs, so I must be doing something wrong. All right, I'm not grifting right. I'm not begging right. I'm not doing whatever to say I'm doing. I'm not doing none of that. I drop A for A's, Cash Link, Cash App the whole time. If my mods drop my Cash App, I don't ask them to do this shit. I'm not asking people to donate to me, but if it helps me get gas to get to the next spot, then why should I feel ashamed for that? If people feel like they want to give me a couple dollars to help me out, and that's what they want to do, that's their way of donating to me because they're appreciative of me. And I've tried to give money back, like Big Donos. I've tried to give it back, and they keep telling me, that's our way of helping you. That's our way of feeling good. Don't take that from us. And I've been yelled at multiple times. And I got good God-fearing women and men out there trying to help us out. And like, Wizzy was one of the first fucking people to ever tell me, do not feel bad about accepting donations.
Just happy to see all the money.
The first fucking people to ever tell me that. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, well, you got to get paid for doing what you're doing. You're doing a job. You're doing a service. And people rely on you and your work to get the news, to get to go what's going on. So I shouldn't feel ashamed of it. So if anything, that shit backfired. Now I don't. The grifting thing, I don't give a fuck about that anymore. I'm going to be honest. The trolls, you can kiss my ass. You can kiss my ass, man.
Hey, Waters.
I don't feel bad. You're not going to make me feel bad.
I have so much sugar right now.
So,
I could run a marathon.
For everybody that's helped me out, thank
Pink,
you.
are we running a marathon together? Are you ready?
Appreciative, you know?
Can I say something, Jersey J? You have to understand that people have to understand that this event that happened when we started this was unprecedented. We didn't know it was going to be like this. Jersey J didn't know he was going to be in the position he was in. I didn't know I was going to be where I am in Canada. Polish Agnes didn't know she was going to be where she was. And it was the biggest learning experience because I can remember a year ago when I first started this, even though I was involved way back in 2019 when we started it in Canada. And what I've learned and how I've had to pull back, like, come on, people make mistakes. And when people are out there trying to help and then you down them for it, who gives a fuck what they did in the past? We're about the present. And if we don't look past it, we're never going to get anywhere here. And this is coming from a sister in Canada.
And I just want to throw something else out there. Like, I'd never
overloaded my
until he opened his mouth and started lying about why we were not allowed on the TPC property in Hagerstown, the racetrack. And he's never let that go. He's never let it go. So he could do whatever he wants. I'm not getting into him. I'm just saying I'm going to let go. And I appreciate you guys. I really do. I love all of you. And I couldn't be more thankful to be a part of this freedom family and a part of Americans for America. And the next event that pops up, of course, Polish, you're definitely going to be invited. Anything that we're involved in, So I love you guys so much, and thank you again, Agnes, for all the hard work you put in. Like, you guys don't know, this girl was dead ass tired, sitting in her car. I'm like inviting her to dinner because I'm dead ass tired. I'm like, I can't even believe I'm going to dinner right now. And she looks at me and goes, I can't. I got to go back in and go shopping again. So if you want to know if she's dedicated, you want to know if this girl's putting her fucking heart into it, she is. So there's no doubt in my mind that she's definitely coming along. And if she wants to turn her camera on, and if anybody else wants to turn their camera on, you turn your camera on all you want. Because guess what? We need all the exposure we get. And I keep telling everybody, everyone out there is a fucking live streamer. So turn your camera on, put your audience, your 200 friends on Facebook, right? Your 15 subscribers on YouTube, whatever it is, expose them to what's going on, because we need everyone in the country to get on board, not just 3 states. We need all of them, everyone, because you never know where this is going to pop up. You never know where this is going to pop up. It could be your backyard next. So with that said, I love you guys. I'm going to get out of here before Polish goes, get the hell out of here. So
have a good night.
Kisses. I love you guys.
Bye, Jay.
Thanks for coming on.
Dude, I'm drunk right now. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do. What should I do?
He's right. I know people were thinking, where was I at the dinner? And they were thinking that I was not. They didn't take me to dinner or whatnot. Jersey J and Marvin, who was driving one of the trucks, literally came up to me. I was already live, and they told me, we're going to dinner. You need to go with us. And I said, I can't. I said, I have more money I need to shop with. And people kept on sending me money. And I knew that I needed to do it that last minute because I didn't want to be left with all that money and no product. So they went to dinner, they had their meeting, and I said, I don't need you, just go. I said, we're fine. I said, I'm fine by myself. I'll do this by myself. And they went to dinner, and I went shopping. I went and took my chat, and we went shopping on the last run. And I didn't have the time to feel like this whole entire, there was so many people around it. And when I did that last run, I really felt it. Like, I'm getting all this stuff. I have this amazing people that are helping me, and it really meant a lot to go through these emotions just by myself with a cart in the store, spending all this money that I have gotten from you guys, and you have all trusted me so much with this whole entire operation that we were doing. And I knew that me going to that store and holding that camera, and I knew that in your guys' mind, I'm delivering you what you're looking for at this point. And I want you guys to be there with me. Like, this is why the camera is there. You need to be there with me. And whoever wants to watch, whoever wants to share, anyone is welcomed. And we have just been getting trolled right this second. I'm getting all these crazy people that are coming into my panel, and I'm literally blocking them because I said, you want to freaking try me? You can try me. You wanted to put it, you want to bring something good down. You must be this freaking miserable person that has some kind of a freaking stick up their ass, I guess I would say. And they must have put it there without a lube, because for God fucking sakes, why would you want to shut down something good? Why?
Like, well, and not only that, Polish, that night you did that auction, they kept you up all night when you needed to go shopping the next day.
I haven't gotten any sleep when I left. It was, listen, when I was driving home from all this that we have done, I have not slept from Friday to Saturday, 0 sleep. I went and did all this stuff. And then I went to sleep. I have had people calling me about stuff. So I spent time on the phone. I did not really get too much sleep. I went a whole fucking Sunday without sleep and putting all the energy with what we were doing. And then I got in the car and I fucking left. And I was driving for 8 hours. The last 2 hours that I did, I was grateful. I have had people to talk to me, because literally I'll probably not make it to go home, and I am very leery about sleeping in a car. I'm not the safety concern to me is like a priority. I probably couldn't sleep in a car. If anything, I would get a hotel, but I'm like 2 hours away from home. I needed to make it home, and these guys on the panel have really got me through, and I made it home. But that was one first time that I have felt like I'm not gonna make it, because normally 6 hours I can like bang within like no problem, but I was up 61 hours and only slept 4.5.
You were more tired at the end of that drive than I have ever seen you,
I'm
and
about
you've
to
done
fuck
some
pass
long
out right now. What
drives.
you talking
You
about? I gotta
were
go.
toast.
Bring, bong, bring, bong. Bada, bada, bing, bong, 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 bing, bing, bong, 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 bong. I gotta go. No, I gotta go. Time to go. I give that a 2.5. Riddling mediocre. That was a horrible burp. I'm fucking retarded drunk right now. I'm like one eye in it over here, dude. It pains me to have both eyes open. Nice work. What was the work? Didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Oh, it's not a song playing. I had to cut that off. Alright. Alright, let's do the outro music. Oh my gosh, dude. I'm really fucking ridiculously tired. What is tomorrow? Wednesday? We didn't have tacos. We didn't have tacos tonight. I forgot. Did I even eat dinner tonight? I think I had whiskey for dinner.
Here's Johnny.
Bruh, I'm so sleepy. I'm sleepy, dude. Man, alright. Alright, we're gonna get out of here. Thanks for everybody for hanging out. Sorry I'm so sleepy. I'll be better tomorrow though, okay? Hopefully, I could die tonight. You could die tonight too. Hopefully, stay alive tonight, okay? Let's stay alive, okay? Try to stay alive with me. Alright. Bye, bro. Do it. Just keep breathing, man. I'll see you tomorrow. Love you, dude. Stay alive.